Good morning, colleagues. We are now starting with our meeting. You are all welcome to our meeting, and with the municipality that is about to respond to the questions. We had a discussion yesterday where you presented, but we had to pack our discussion aside. So you are all welcome to the meeting. I will then give the chair of the committee to continue with the session of this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of the National Assembly, honorable members of the Provincial Assembly, MEC, and the leadership of the municipality. MEC, we want to welcome you back. We are aware that you had a program that caused you to be away. We were aware when we started this program that there's an overlap of provincial and municipal and National Assembly programs. So we are very happy that you've been flexible to come back. We also did receive an apology from MEC Mvoko, who is not well, and we just want to explain a little bit of what has happened. The Joint Committee Oversight visit is essentially 3 committees representing the National Assembly. On the basis of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance, we have had to ensure that there is a cooperation and partnership between the national and provincial legislatures, which is why we have the members of the provincial legislature here. But we're focusing on issues of accountability and, of course, consequence management, which is why we wanted to make sure that when there are issues with the municipalities, they are not the only ones now who must be held accountable. The provincial government has to also be held accountable, and at the national level, we'll also be holding the national minister accountable. On that basis, there are decisions at the end of interaction with each municipality, which we expect they will be implemented by each municipality, and those decisions will require that when the municipalities implement, they are supported, monitored, and supervised by the provincial executive. There are instances where it is easy to discuss with the municipality and then keep the matters on the understanding that all of us know that the municipalities will provide such reports, which will come to the Department of COGTA and the Treasurer in the province, and ultimately get to the provincial and national assemblies. So ordinarily, it's not a problem until we come across situations where we think that the challenges are too severe to actually discuss and leave the municipality to, on its own, take responsibility for things that it has already failed to achieve previously, which means at that point we expect there should be a role on supporting that municipality, on monitoring the municipality by the provincial executive. In this case, it's COGTA, which is yourselves. In this case, therefore, we felt it was not fair to take the discussion forward without actually having the MEC committing to this committee that you are aware of issues that need to be done and that you will take responsibility. And you're going to intervene before the deadlines are missed before things do deteriorate. So we do need to make, and the MEC has to make as well. Make has to make as well. Challenge is where you've got municipalities with the same leadership for several years, going through the same level. We cannot really realistically still rely on the same leadership without a commitment from the provincial level that there will be the reason why we felt the MEC has to be present here today. We have then selected a number of municipalities are indicating that they are provincial executive that will be attending these particular issues. And at that level, those municipalities where either issues are related to audit outcomes, service delivery issues, administrative issues, issues of investigations of irregularities, corruption, political instability, all those issues, we need a firm and direct commitment from we've asked. So municipality has been given a list of tasks to undertake. We need the MEC to commit at the same time that they will therefore be supervised. Suggest is that we stopped the municipality before they went deal with those outstanding questions. The members will do quick follow-ups, and after that there will be a summary that will come from the so that is the process for this morning. And let me hand over then to at the end of 3 months, a report will come to these members of the provincial legislature. That will also be that is the process for this morning. And let me hand over then to
I will now allow the municipality to respond, and we must also bear in mind that our session is left with 1 hour, 8 minutes with the municipality, where it will cover the discussion inputs by the questions that were asked to you yesterday.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to leadership. Were directed to me, I responded to them, but I will give the MM and other
once again to the members of the portfolio committee, both national and the MECs and my colleagues present as well. I think one of the by all members yesterday actions that we were presenting to members were asking why should we believe you 7 years of successive disclaimer improve differently in your audit. And whether there is a light at the end. Joined the municipality, there were consultants already in place that were appointed over a 3-year term. So those contracts had valid, those consultants had valid contracts, despite the unlawfulness of those contractual agreements that they were entered into. Contract had valid, those consultants had valid contracts, despite the unlawfulness of those contractual agreements that they were entered into. They were entered into. And the consultants did more damage than good. Staff relations deteriorated, especially at the PTO. Placed. There was no good relations between staff and the consulting company. They were doing operational work, even work that was supposed to have taken by the finance employees, were being done by this particular consultant. There was that kind of situation. We had to ensure that we which we happened to have to terminate it. Of consequence management, I'm responding to the 7 years. What at least we established that there was a request for information by the Auditor General. People were simply, which led to a limitation of scope by the Auditor General and a disclaimer of audit opinion subsequently. We had to embark on change management interventions and culture change as well. In terms of engaging staff on the significance of ensuring that we relate well to AG, we are able to supply information as required by the Auditor General. To that, and also outlined what the consequences would be, the Auditor General. To that, and also outlined what the consequences would be. We event of non-submission of information and so forth, and that repeat findings will not be consequences for repeat findings.
Member?
The silence, the serenity, what he said, and the municipal manager is in what they're saying, because the mayor is saying, I had already request if allowed.
Can I, before I make a ruling, can I quickly check with Can you please just repeat those? You know, yesterday when we were discussing, we've requested to note all the questions so that when you respond, we don't miss. Now is just to check with members what are those outstanding questions. Honorable Ndamasi to be followed by Honorable Fanze.
If we had time, I would go to town in talking about the situation where when we exercise oversight, that's not oversight, that's something else. We responded yesterday, and today that was supposed to be responded to me. That statement is an executive authority. He is an overarching in that organization that we interface with as the legislative arm. We don't authority in terms of the MFMA. So it's refer to few of them. It was the question that was looking at what they were saying about the orders in the detail in everything you do. Because we is in the detail in everything you do. Because we you are going to develop it this time around, and you are going to implement it, and you are going to monitor it regularly. It is not saying, because the impression that you are creating there is that in all these other 6 years, you did not develop what you are saying you will develop this time around. You did not monitor it regularly. My question was, is that what you are saying? Is that so? If you get a disclaimer for 7 years, then on the 7th year, you say what you are saying, as if you are now miraculously becoming this organization only in the 2023-24 has not been responded to by the this time around. Today, the municipal manager is talking about all the change management from a theoretical point of view. And I had asked this zero tolerance approach on the submission of information. Uba, what is it that you are going to do differently? Because we must be able to get to that and without just articulating adjectives and adverbs, and we can't stick to those, because what we are going to get at the end of the day is that we are going to get nothing. Thank you, Chair. Sorry about being long.
Honorable Fanze.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to SRVM. I think it's important, Chairperson, for us to just let this grouping of leadership from SRVM understand that to mislead Parliament is actually an offence. So please have that in the back of your mind. So I want to start with that provision. There was a couple of things that was not answered. The Nomatasanka multipurpose sports centre that was so much money spent on. You have gone to DISRAC. You are using your own MIG. All of those questions were not answered. WRCon, where there is a legal opinion, where there was fraudulent activity stated, that was not answered. I'd like that to be answered. The travel allowance abuse that council has said must stop, that has not stopped. Administration has not stopped that 30%. Why? Why is that not answered? We want that answered. Then the thing that I wanted to come to, what about the China trip from the 5th to the 10th of November in 2024 that you had paid for? What about the China trip from the 5th to the 10th of November in 2024 that you had paid for? What about the China trip from the 5th to the 10th of November in 2024 that you had paid for? Trip. You did not tell us. I want to know why you were hiding that from Parliament, because I'm sure you did not forget about the China trip. Chairperson, then the briefly spoke about a consultancy company just now as he opened. And he said that consultancy company sort of took over in the BTO space. So where were you seeing this to say this is not your job? You are a consultant to do annual financial statements or asset register, whatever the case may be. Where's the consequence management? Have you even, when they were terminated, reported that to the Provincial COGTA for them to a bit of a thing on that, a response on that? And I wanted to latch on what the a bit of a thing on that, a response on that, and I wanted to latch on what the management will start now, as if it's a new thing. Is it going to? It will start now. I have a problem with that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Moali.
They take around 266 days to make repayments to creditors. How are they addressing the going concern issue? I asked about water losses. They are sitting at 66%. They are losing almost 7% UFWE this year, and there are no investigations. There is no functional MPEG in this municipality. They haven't said anything about that. And also, they don't follow the audit action plan. I doubt it even exists in this municipality. I doubt they even have the actual audit action plan to correct this whole thing. And also, they don't follow the audit action plan. I doubt it even exists in this municipality. I doubt they even have the actual audit action plan to correct this whole thing. And that are not paid according to the amounts agreed on the contract. And I also, I would like to directly ask the MM, why are you not submitting your monthly budget statements to Mayor? And one last one, Chair. One of the contracts with the consultant was for 15.2 million for 3 years, And at the end of 2024, the consultant was paid 31 million, which is over double the amount on the contract. So what happened? What is it that they're saying they are doing? Because which is over double the amount on the contract. So what happened? What is it that they're saying they are doing? Because they inherited issues in the municipality. So the whole 7 years is on accounting officers of that municipality. They can't come to us and say, no, we are going to. They inherited those issues. They should have corrected those issues by now. What is the recovery plan to turn around this whole situation in this municipality? From the MEC COGTA and engagements, because there's a disaster, this thing here. We are really sitting with a disaster. I'm not sure if they know what they need to do. I'm not sure if they know what they need to do. I'm not sure if they know what they need to do. I'm not sure if they know what they need to do or to change this whole situation. Thank you.
Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My two, which I don't remember getting an answer, fraud relating to money stolen from the municipal bank account. I think answer fraud relating to money stolen from the municipal bank account. I think
there are people who are associated with the disclaimer. The reason why we're saying that is because engaging with municipality. We then established that amongst the delegation of the municipality, there are people. This municipality is a great offender in terms of this municipality is a great offender in terms of has been in the municipality since 2021. And it simply means that by being in that, then we also raise a concern about the acting CFO who has been in the finance department of municipality since 2014. And today, that it will be better if the provincial government is here, because we are talking to the people who are mostly implicated to the current state of the municipality. And we believe that for them being in municipality for such a long time, it simply means that they have been planning, but there are high possibilities that they were planning wrong and they have failed. Of what happened previously and what have you done? So as a result of that, when we're also discussing the issue of oversight, this oversight is not necessarily about planning for the future. We also want what happened previously and what have you done. Respond to those questions. You are the public rep in that municipality. You must also take responsibility. Even if you came yesterday, you will still have to account for 5 years or 6 years that the institution was paralyzed. Thank you. The executive mayor and the team.
Yeah, just the point made, MEC, is that once you've got serious disclaimers, we stop blaming the municipality. We now start blaming the province. So we would like you to explain what is it you have done to get them out of this disclaimer. We have noted, as the AG said, that they think that there has not been any support from the provincial government, especially COGTA. We want to first get your account as to why we have had these disclaimers and what actions have been taken or will be taken. Take us back to the question. Same leadership has been in office, same outcomes. What should change now? Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor and the team.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings once again. Chair,
And the team.
thanks, Chair. Greetings once again. Chair, portfolio, we sat in front of the portfolio of the province for the first time. It's for the first time to sit in front of National Portfolio Committee, and with the nerves that it brings to. Apologies for that. Chair, maybe I should remind the committee that yesterday I was the only one who was on podium responding. Others were not given an opportunity to respond. So some of the questions members are saying they were not responded. We were about to respond, but the committee felt that we must adjourn. Hence, we couldn't respond. It's not out of disrespect to portfolio, but to remind portfolio that we were not afforded.
Because there is no sentiment here that says, why didn't you finish all the questions yesterday? Because the meeting follow up outstanding questions that they are not responding today.
Honorable Mwali.
It must be clear that the first thing you've done when you opened the meeting, you allowed them to continue with the responses from questions that we asked yesterday. That is why we are re-highlighting the questions that we asked yesterday, because we are expecting responses from those questions before we can come up with a plan on the way forward. We want to know what they have been doing in the municipalities. That's the question.
The Executive Mayor. What seems to be a challenge is when you were saying you have already responded to the questions yesterday. So maybe that's where the issue is. But now that we have highlighted outstanding questions, can you briefly, you and the team, respond to those questions?
Thanks, Chair. Let me respond to the question that talks to sports field of Nomatamsang. The member is correct that the budgeted allocation for the sports field, I think it's on 90% now, but the only outstanding issue in the sports field is I might not know the name of it, is that running track that runners are running kuyo. We had an engagements with the Department of COGTA nationally. That sports field was built on a clay land. It brings serious challenges for the grass to grow, and a number of foreseen budget for that sports field, it looks like it was not adequate because of extras. But there is an outstanding meeting with COGTA National, because they are the ones that communicated with us. They are the ones that communicated with us. They are the ones that communicated with us. operational. Another honorable member, I think it was the lack of oversight from my side. There is a twinning agreement of Sarapartman district. Is in the Shanxi province in China. The relationship, it's on economic development relations and student exchange. I remember very well when I was in the district, that municipality wanted 7 young boys coming from Sarapatman to go and learn in China. We couldn't be able to deliver that as the municipality. But as we speak now, there are 2 learners who are studying in China, one from Makana, one from COGTA. Sarapartman is extending an invitation to local municipalities to participate in the Chinese Expo, International Chinese Expo, that starts every year on the 5th and 10th of November. Sarapartman, Sandys River attended last year. This year, when the district extended the invite to us, we rejected the invite this year because we see our financial crisis that we are unable to go. So this year, Sandys River is not participating until such time the situation of Sandys River becomes better. Sandys River attended the previous one last year, and it was the first time Sandys River attended the International Expo. It was last year. All these years they were attending the ICLT one. With regards to the audit action plan, there is an audit action plan, and we were assisted by COGTA and Provincial Treasurer. And there are meetings of the audit steering committee that are meeting weekly. And quarterly, the audit action plan is being tabled in council. We are monitoring it. Hence, currently, in terms of prior findings, we are on 62% in terms of submissions with the AG. We are doing everything is in our power to change the narrative. And I want to also commit to the joint committee that this matter of disclaimer doesn't sit well with us. And the province is assisting on that for us to go out of the disclaimer with whatever means. The district COGTA, the district treasury, they are at the doorstep to assist us. Another question that the mayor assisted the acting CFO or participated for the acting CFO to be the acting CFO whilst she was there for many years. For the first time in 4 years, the annual financial statements in Sandys River were done by the acting CFO without consultants, assisted by SALGA. We submitted them without using consultants. This one, they were done in-house. Mhlambi Chair, I need to explain the role that was played by the consultants there. the employee relations with consultants, all the employees at finance in Sanders River, the consultant was, the language I'm not sure, was bulldozing them or bullied them. They did not give them any space to operate. Hence, we took a decision as council that we must terminate their contract and go to the High Court to delegitimize the contract. That is the legal advice that we got, because it's only the High Court that can legitimize their contract. Relations were not good. They were not given any space to operate by the consultants. I've responded to Moses Mapita one. With regards to consequence management, the council took a decision that there must be a consequence management, and we implemented it with 2 senior managers. That includes the chief financial officer. The process, there was a question here relating to the process. The municipal manager will take us through about the process. How far is it? The poor culture, perhaps it's us who didn't coin it well. But at the local government, there's this culture of people not wanting to work, not wanting to submit what is expected of them to submit. Hence, after identifying that culture, consequence management was effected on that regard. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance means that we don't allow anyone that will not submit any document that is expected to submit. Because consequence management will kick in immediately one doesn't submit. With regards to MPEG, the AG visited us, I think 2 weeks back, raised the issue of MPEG being slow on their investigations. After that, what I have done, I immediately wrote to the MPEG chair through the office of the speaker that we should meet and discuss, because some of the issues that are coming strong is the issue of MPEG not being fast enough to do their investigations. That meeting is yet to come on Friday this week. Another question. Another question, over-reliance to consultants. Yes, NATC identified that everything was done by consultants for 3 years, but they continue to give us a disclaimer. So we identified it, hence council took a decision to nullify their, to terminate, their contract. I think, Chair, let me allow other members to respond. If I happen to see on my notes that there is another question that was meant to me, I will come back later
to respond on that question, but now I will allow the rest of the team to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Chair. Chair, let me first upfront indicate that we are committed to improving the audit outcomes at Sandys River Valley Municipality. The effort we have put during this year will definitely take us out of a disclaimer audit opinion. We are expecting an improvement during the current audit. That's informed by also the implementation of the audit action plan that we developed internally, unlike in the past where the consultants were developing the audit action plan on behalf of the municipality. The audit action plan that we have is an in-house audit action plan. We are assisted by COGTA and Treasury, including SALGA. Also, whether we do have an audit action plan or not, there's a doubt. Our audit action plan is web-based. It is available for inspection by members, honorable members, in the National Treasury portal. It can be verified. The implementation of the audit action plan is currently sitting at 64%, the first of its kind, at least in the years that I have been in the Sandys River Valley Municipality. Also, the planning phase of the audit commenced in the month of April. During the planning phase, 14 requests for information, RFIs, were issued. Unlike in the past where there were issues of non-submission of information even at the planning phase, all the RFIs, the 14 RFIs were responded to during the planning phase, and no findings were issued during that period. And also during the execution phase, 49 RFIs were issued, and all of them were responded to. We haven't had an instance of non-submission of information, unlike in the past as well. Consequence management, yes, we have also implemented consequence management for repeat findings, past repeat findings. Unlike in the past where none of such actions were taken, we have been able to implement those particular actions. At the present moment, the audit is still moving fairly well. We are managing it. We think that we will ultimately turn the corner. On the issue of the travel allowance that is being not terminated, I was the one that initiated that investigation. I found that kind of policy being an anomaly in terms of what is happening within the sector. I therefore sought a legal opinion, which took time to be submitted, and ultimately once I received that, I then presented that to council. The opinion was then assigned by myself to the relevant senior manager responsible for staff benefit, because it is an HR matter. It had to go through other structures, LLF and all that before, and engagements with those employees concerned before it can be terminated. Other actions that have been undertaken as part of that travel allowance review process was to also do a vehicle audit, because for you to be a beneficiary of that policy, first you have to have a vehicle, and that vehicle you must use it for official purposes. So we had to make sure that we audit all those employees that are receiving that benefit to ensure that first they do have vehicles, but there are some that do not have vehicles. There are some that are office-based, so you do not know what official duties those employees are undertaking when they are office-based. The process of actually terminating was delayed by the fact that the manager responsible is one of those employees that are currently suspended, and that matter is now handled directly by me in my office. So we think that we will be able to implement that during the next few months before the end of the year. On the issue of West Rand Consulting, I think as we have indicated, they were appointed through what is commonly referred to as Section 32, which is a procurement from another organ of state. They were appointed they were procured from an appointment that was done in the Northern Cape, but the conditions of appointment at Sandys River were completely different from the principal conditions in the Northern Cape, which is contrary to the provisions of the SCN. So Treasury assisted us with doing a preliminary investigation on that contract. We subsequently subjected the same to our disciplinary board. A report was then submitted to council. We are taking action in the form of disciplinary inquiries of the people that were responsible for that particular contract. Also, we have taken a decision as council to go to High Court to set aside that unlawful contract. And also, we resolved that criminal investigations criminal case must be opened and recovery be undertaken.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we please not over-elaborate on matters, as we want to get all the responses. We are less than 25 minutes with you. Thank you. Let's just go straight to the response.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. To respond to a few questions, or to add on to what the Mayor and the MM have said, with reference, I'm going to start with the overseas trips. The exact amount spent on overseas trips in terms of SNT for the 2024-25 year is 281,499. When it comes to, I'm going to do a very high level in terms of what had transpired when it comes to the over-reliance, not to necessarily repeat what the Mayor and the MM have said, but to just paint a more different path. We've always used consultants in the municipality. The problem came in I think in 2021-22, where then there was an over-reliance on the use of consultants. The municipality is naturally small, but then that meant that we, as accountants, were told, the finance department, that we will then start working on the financial system per se, or our work will only be considered after we have achieved a clean audit as a municipality. So that means that then the municipality, the BTO staff was asked to sit back. And then thereafter, we did inquire as to say, remember institutional knowledge. So whoever is stepping in will need to work jointly with us. And then again, management had said, the then leadership, who's not here currently, then had said, no, there's a plan in place, and this is how we are going to move. So that's when the over-reliance started coming in. That's when you also, I fully take responsibility that I've been here for 10 years. However, when the change happened, we had 13 disclaimed paragraphs in 2021. And I'm going to speak specifically about the highest values, not to over-elaborate. PPE, we were disclaimed on PPE, but we had one finding, which was on WIP. When the audit was happening, new completion certificates appeared. I think that's very normal for a municipality environment. That's because of the breakdown in communication between technical and finances. So we just had to address that in 2022 financial year, so that the WIP then would then be clean in terms of PPE. So that's the culture that then changed, and so the effect of where we are today. Again, to respond to the fact that I am acting CFO. One, in 2014, the mayor had alluded that the municipality bent down. 3 years later, in 2018-19, we got out of a disclaimer. And that is because I, myself, went to the then CFO and said, can I produce the financials? Consultants were in-house, they were appointed. However, I took the initiative and I said, can I produce the financials? Because that's the year when we recalled the financials. So on that basis, we managed, I was the compiler and the audit controller for that financial year, and we got out of the disclaimer. And then we moved, politics or the environment changes again, and then we see a relapse. So currently, the AAP was in place for all these years. However, it was not implemented. It was not monitored. Hence now the MM and the leadership here is recommitting to monitoring it, because it was developed. Treasury had come in numerous times prior to assist us with the process. However, it was implemented by the consultants, it was implemented by the then CFO, and no one else. If we don't take accountability for the work that we are supposed to be producing, then we will see the results that we are seeing. That's basically the problem with Sundays. When it comes to the creditor balances, in terms of how long we take to pay, it basically boils down to revenue management. It's basically, I'm going to say it's non-existent based on the stagnation of the ratio we have seen throughout the years. So we still need to develop mechanisms and see what's happening. Even the small acts of what do you call this? Yeah, of switching off to cut-off lists and disconnections. That's not being implemented in the municipality. Even the small act of councillor debt, I think it was raised again, and employee debt. Our employee debt is sitting about 3.2 million. Councillors about 241,000. We recently, on my acting again, thanks to the MM and the mayor for the support, we tried to engage the employees to come forward, but I think only 3 people came forward to make arrangements. So there's a culture shift, which we need to do, but apart from that, we will be moving forward, deducting on a monthly basis the current accounts. And then we're still devising a way to recover the arrears, because we are cognizant of the fact that people still need to live afterwards. So we're still trying as a team to develop means in terms of how we're going to attack the arrear debt. But in terms of the current debt moving forward, there will be salary deductions with no fail. Thank you.
Okay. Greetings to you, Chair, and honorable members. I will touch based on the issue of UIFW. Yesterday there was a question saying why there is a write-off without investigations. Let me divulge the figure first of this UIFW. The municipality write-off, written off 437 million. Of that 437 million, 408 million relate to prior years, prior year 2019 financial years. And 28 million relate to 22-23 financial year. Now, as alluded in his presentation yesterday, he mentioned that 2014 the municipality burned down, all the records were burned down. Now, the reason why there was no investigation for 408 million that the council has written off is because that there were no records in place. And we have benchmarked the methodology from our provincial treasurer, that guiding us in terms of investigating that irregular where there are no records. Yet now the methodology guided us as a municipality how to deal with irregular expenditure where there are no records. Then the council, the MPEC recommended to council for write-off. For 28 million that relates to 22-23 financial year, there was a proper investigation for that. And the recommendations were made to council by MPEC. Now, maybe the following question would be, are there any recoveries, consequence management in place for that written off? Yes, that is why our CFO is suspended today. Because the reason for these irregular, unauthorized, you say that SCM processes were not followed. Part of CFO's charge sheet is SCM processes that were not followed. Now the matter for CFO is set aside for 13 and 16 October, the hearing. So now there is a consequence management for 28 million that the council written off for 22-23 financial year. But for years prior 2019, there were no records, and we have followed the principles we received from Provincial Treasury, which is the methodology. And I also want to touch base on the issue of 1.3 million. That was incorrectly processed from municipal bank account. There is an investigation on that by Hawks through whistleblowing from the municipality and SIU. So that matter is being investigated. As alluded that the WRCON was appointed for 3 years, and the appointment was signed on the May 2022. This 1.3 was processed in June 2022, that fraudulent payment. But now the matter is being investigated. It's also formed part of the consequence management that the management is implementing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and good morning to the members of the joint sitting and all protocols observed. Chair, mine will be to just emphasize the leadership and the colleagues issues. I think I want to start with the one of LED being one area that is within my portfolio. The question was who controls the economy in Sandys River? In Sandys River, you've got a government, which is the municipality. You also have a private economy that is predominantly controlled by the citrus industry, and it's predominantly white. What is not happening currently is there are no engagements between the municipality and the private economy, and also there are black entrepreneurs in the form of SMMEs. We need to bridge that gap because that is not happening at the moment. So it's something that is a challenge. I think the stats has to be with that engagement. But lastly, Chair, on the issue of records management,
It has affected us also in the area of performance management, which resulted in a material irregularity, which we have responded very well to it. We have engaged the AG, they are assessing that. But part of the disclaimer has resulted, it was because of the records management. The municipality has got a digital platform called SharePoint, but unfortunately there was no capacity in the institution to teach the people and educate the people on how to store records digitally as opposed to not having the physical storage and everything. And since we've been there, we're doing exactly that. SALGA, COGTA is assisting us on that in reviewing policies. We have done that, they've been adopted, and we are rolling out plans now to ensure that all records are stored digitally. So we are doing that, and it's actually assisting in the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, as we listen to the responses, I don't know if it's just me or what, because we seem to be getting excuses, but we don't get the gist as to who is responsible for this. The only person that was acted on in terms of consequence management is just the CFO. Was it only the CFO who contributed to that mess? But let me allow Honorable Panzil.
Thank you, Chairperson. I need to echo what you're saying, is that we are, I mean, this is a lot of hot wind that we're getting. They tell us what we ask, but they don't give us the solution. They say it will happen, and there's no time frames. For instance, the travel allowance that the I mean, when did that happen? Because you're saying that you now need to go to the LLF, you need to do this, and it'll be resolved within a few months. You are the accounting officer of this institution, and you don't seem to know. Also, MEC, I don't know why this municipality has not been placed under intervention, because it seems that it's quite leaderless in this municipality. They are, from pillar to post, they're letting consultants run the business there. They don't mark fuss. There's nothing. And I don't understand how this municipality, after 7 years of disclaimer, has not had any intervention from the province. Then on the cost of the China trip that we finally got an estimate, how many people went? If there's only one person that went, at a cost of 280,000 Rand, that's taps that keeps on being dry, that's roads not being surfaced, that's electricity not working, that's people without an economic base. But we choose to go on a trip for 5 days for 280,000 Rand. There's a massive problem in this municipality, and I think it's the leadership. There's a leadership issue in this municipality. Same with the employees owing 3.2 million Rand. It is unlawful. Although it's an HR issue, it is unlawful. In the MSA, it says you cannot owe for more than the 3 months, 90 days. 3.2 million Rand that the officials owe, and 241,000 by councillors. Guys, there's a massive problem in this municipality, and I don't, in all honesty, think that this team is the team that will turn it around. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to give the municipality just 2 minutes to respond so that we can then go to the MEC.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings once again. Chair, I think the acting CFO was not explicit in tabling the issue of the international trips. The international trips, including Sweden trip started in 2023. It's 4 people that attended. 2024, it's 4 people. 2025, it's 4 people. The China one, it was only on 2024, it was only 1 person. So that 200, it doesn't speak only to China, it speaks to all of them because they're SNT inclusive, including the Sweden one. So the China trip is not isolated and attached to 200. Everything that has to do with international is located in that 200, both China and Sweden.
Thank you very much, Judge. I'm gonna be brief now, Chair. Chair, in relation to consequence management, it's not only the CFO that has been consequence managed. There are two officials. It's the CFO and the Director of Corporate Services. Yeah.
Thank you. Have to cut. I will then give the MEC. MEC, can you please respond? And in the AG's report of this municipality, there's a clause where the AG is saying COGTA did not give necessary support to this municipality. So can we please also take us along as to what are your plans for this municipality and why didn't you give that necessary support to this municipality?
Thank you very much, Chair, the chairperson of the committee and honorable members and the colleagues from the Eastern Cape Legislature, our portfolio committee, and the mayor and all the political leadership, administration, and so on that are here. Well, Chair, I am uncertain if on the accuracy of the AG on our support to the municipality. I'm raising that because, Chair, I have a district team. My office and the Provincial Treasury, we've got district teams that work with all the municipalities. And those teams are the financial team. The DDG next to me, Ms. Tungata, and Sabelotini are the key people that manage all these municipalities with audit outcomes that are not what we want. Now, the audit action plan that gets implemented every year after the audit outcomes is actually my team and treasury team that work on with the municipality on looking at the implementation of that audit action plan. I can say, Chair, because of the challenges that the municipality has already raised on how that environment has been somewhat captured, where our teams are actually demotivated because of the closeness of that environment in terms of implementation of those audit action plans. So we couldn't move. Now, I am not sure what more support then should we have been providing to Sundays River if that environment was so captured. Now, what we did was to exactly look the way the portfolio committee has looked into this. Because we began to say, who is in this municipality for how long? Why 5-year disclaimers and so on? And we had presentations and a report on the state of affairs. In the reports we were getting, it was just from one financial year to the other, there were just repeat findings from the Auditor General. It's like the Auditor General did not have to go back and audit that municipality. They can sit in their office and issue an audit report. So my team and the Treasury team actually was showing how the non-implementation is affecting. And we could identify that there were huge costs that the municipality was paying, but there was no value add linked to the costs paid to consultants. Then we began to say, but what is happening? Why should we have, first, the CFO is there. Ordinarily, he or she should be competent enough to draw financial statements, to take on his or her responsibilities. But this was not happening. In fact, continuous disclaimers. So that's when we began to say, okay, sitting with top management and the political leadership may not help. So we went a little bit down to middle management. The acting CFO knows exactly how tough that meeting was, because we began to say, okay, let's get middle management to tell us, because that's where things are happening in terms of systems description, in terms of everything that has to do with ensuring the implementation of compliance and all that, supply chain, identifying irregular expenditures and so on. So we could meet with them, and once we sat with them, we could get the information that no, this consultant was actually combative, making them unable to do the work, but at the same time not doing the work. Because this continued disclaimer serves them well in how they thought. Then we immediately put pressure to say, these ones, mayor, municipal manager, first, what is shown here is that you are unable to hold management as political leadership. You are unable to hold management accountable because you can't get these perpetual audit outcomes. And so we want action, clear action on what is going to be done. And the CFO, in fact, ran away from those meetings, was not there to account. In fact, this is the CFO where I have not given a green light for his appointment, because his competency level was basic. So I couldn't agree to that appointment. But because of political instability, because after 2021, this municipality also suffered political instability, and through that political instability, then negative tendencies begin to occur, where without recognizing the MEC's instruction not to appoint, because of that instability, they then push this thing to happen. So this CFO then and the consultants were somewhat this core that works on this municipality. So we put pressure on them, and council was able to look at that and take a decision to investigate the CFO and suspend, and then all the consequence management processes, together with the Director Corporate Services, because we're asking difficult questions on what responsibilities, why are we paying them actually? That was the question. Why must we pay senior managers when they provide us only with disclaimers? So we're asking the mayor, why are you paying your municipal manager this one? Why are you paying him? When for 3 years he's been there, he's been giving you disclaimers. And they could not answer. They are here. They could not answer. I asked them, Mayor, why are you paying the municipal manager? And I asked the municipal manager himself, why are you being paid, but you're providing us with a disclaimer? In fact, the responses, I could succinctly remember, the responses were somewhat like an interview panel. And I said, no, I'm not asking you in an interview format. I'm asking you because as a leader, management leader of the municipality, you can't accept this morass. And so they had to get out and go and deal with this whole situation. And the outcome, I think in 2 weeks, Chair, they came back with a report that, look, we think these interactions have helped us to understand that there's something wrong we're doing. So we started then acting in terms of the director corporate, in terms of the CFO, to take action. So these actions are taken after we were very vociferous in ensuring that no, things must change. And at least there were those actions taken. So since 2020, we deployed Tini, the colleague of Ms. Tungata, whom I'm saying is working on our local government finance. We deployed Tini there for 3 months, just attempting to respond to the AG. We deployed Tini for 3 months. Tini started to work on this consultant. And when he was about to deal with this consultant, that CFO was quickly wrongly reappointed because his contract terminated. He was wrongly reappointed quickly in 2020, and Tini had to leave the municipality. And I'm saying then, Chair,
Who appointed him?
the council.
Which one?
No, not this one, the previous council. Remember, this one is 2021. Yeah. This is the council of 2021.
So they've only got 3 disclaimers in their name.
Yes, these ones. Yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Do the history, but come back to the 3 years, because that's the one we're interested in.
Yeah. The 3 years, I think I've already touched on part of the 3 years, that we could get that the consultants was not actually. Where's my CFO of the department? Kutsi? There's a. Where's my CFO of the department? Kutsi? There's a. To that municipality, I want them out of the disclaimer. Kutsi went there. The first thing he confronted was the consultant. Again. Because now he was beginning to act on these activities that do not require, they do not require consulting. They just need these ones who are middle managements to do them. So Kutsi then was hand-holding them, and the consultant began to have problems. And there were messages that were coming out because she came back and said, MEC, the municipality says I must go because SALGA says the consultant is going to do the work. And there was this name dropping of SALGA, that SALGA says the consultant is going to do the work, so your CFO must return to Bishop. I couldn't understand. I'm still unclear as to how SALGA got into the picture, but Director Tungata and the DDG here, they are saying it seems that consultant was now appointed by SALGA, or a new consultant has now been appointed, but these are recent developments. Then I had to deploy my CFO to COGTA, which was presenting yesterday, COGTA local municipality. That's where she is, that's where she was helping in respect of financial statements and their finances. So I'm saying, as COGTA, we go all out for our municipalities to support them. And there is no way we would abandon them and disregard what is happening in my municipalities in the Eastern Cape. But what I would want to raise as a last issue, Chair, is that.
Let me see. Siqala ngaphi Inkosi. There is
Chair, I just think that maybe if we could just, ABC, get on this one. You sent your CFO there because we were convinced that this was not going the right way. Now, when the CFO was returned, it seems then you just on being told that the SALGA overrode you, then you buckled. But we are also saying you did not understand why SALGA got involved. Yes, maybe I don't know whether you should not have questioned, number one, the interference, and number two, to satisfy yourself that the reason for which he was sent there, the CFO, has been satisfied. I find it very difficult that I think you had the power, you have the power to actually question that the reason for which we had deployed had not been attained, but he's been sent back to you. That is the one question. The other one also which we would like to know is the name of the consultant and how much that consultant was paid, because it seems the consultant continued. And that's another one also which is concerning, that one of the reasons for which MEC we had sent is because the consultant had completely failed to help, to assist the municipality. But then when SALGA says, no, he can continue, and it seems then you agreed to that, yeah, he can continue, then you now send the CFO elsewhere. That's all, Chair. I just thought it's important before one loses this trend to say the MEC could have still insisted that the reason must have been compelling for the MEC to actually even pluck out his CFO and deploy the CFO there. Thank you, Chair.
MEC, you can't. MEC, just still briefly with this, because I'd like the municipality to come into this. You went to bring your CFO in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. Usalka wena section bani?
Yeah, Chair, just to close the gap, the CFO went there after the interactions with the consultant and the staff to try and change the situation around. Council was now also advancing. That's another issue that I'm forgetting. Council was advancing to actually terminate this consultant. Ultimately, Council finalized the termination, but then SALGA came into the fore with their own support mechanism. And my understanding is that it's not, I must correct myself, it's not the same consultant, it's a different one. So, by SALGA now. So SALGA came in whilst the CFO was also there. Now remember, with SALGA, whatever we can say, there's no dispute between us and SALGA, because the intention is to provide support, all of us. So when the CFO came back, I think we were in a meeting, he said, there's another consultant that is busy there in Sunday's River. So we think if SALGA is there, SALGA can deal with that situation, because the CFO was alone, Chair, I must indicate. Now, if you look at all the 13 areas that were identified as qualifying as disclaiming areas, it couldn't be one person to deal with them. Now, if SALGA comes in and says, I've got a consulting company that can help, not at their cost, but at SALGA's cost, then it makes sense that we share the responsibility. So out of that, then I said, go come up, because they were even without a CFO. I had to take the resource elsewhere, although I need it in the department.
Let's just finish off this. There was the next question, Mwale. It was the same question. Okay. Okay. Can you give us the name of the consultant, MM? Excuse me? Watchman. Do you have a mic with you?
Thank you. It's West Rand Consulting.
You'll give us more details, and we also want to know how much money was paid to that consultant and the one before. This one is Salga consultant that you are giving. We want your consultant too. The one that you were given, that you had before the department came in. Ndamos?
Thank you. I would plead with you, MEC. There are certain things that I would like you to be able to expatiate on, because they when I hear them, I don't understand. For instance, the issue of the COGTA, the environment that you could characterize as a captured environment. We had a Zondo. Now I would like to hear it in detail exactly. Even if you don't go into detail, just to say it is this scenario that was happening or that is happening around there. Then perhaps Treasury will also be allowed to have comments in relation to these issues that are of a financial nature, that they may be able to shed light on their experience with this municipality. Then the question of thinking that if you have a consultant, then all your problems are going to vanish. That you are even unable to determine whether they are doing the correct thing. You are totally blank, and you bring in a consultant, you are blank to an extent that you can't see that you have a disclaimer this year, until the 7th year. Then there is a very serious problem.
Thank you, Chair. The consultancy is WRCon. I've been asking this since yesterday. There's a legal opinion on that as well. They were appointed to do assist with GRAP and AFS, I think asset register, for 15 million. That has actually doubled. So they are more than 30 million that, and that was, there was irregularity with the appointment of that contract according to the Section 32 appointment. So there's the issue. Just to answer that.
Wait a bit. Just give me the name. I can't hear the
WRCon. So it's West Rand Consulting or Consultancy.
There's a legal opinion and the cost of it is doubled.
Yes.
Okay.
And irregularity, we can furnish you with those documents, Chairperson.
Now go finish off, because I wanted them to answer that.
And MEC, just to come back, that you have been trying to support, but it feels like a bit of a box-ticking exercise, because whenever there's a support and there's a bit of heat, then that support is withdrawn. So I don't know, Chairperson, if the province maybe needs to be placed under administration for failing to support, because you can't just tick the box and say, I have sent support, because that's what I'm hearing, but nothing followed through. There was nothing after that. When it gets hot, the support is gone. Thank you.
Also, MEC, I want to check this terrible consultant that is bulldozing this municipality, if it's not doing business with any of the remaining municipalities in the province. Thank you.
Okay. So let's separate the questions. Follow up. Mm-hmm.
I would like to check the process followed. when the consultant was appointed, whether proper procedures were followed. If you can just take us through how this popular consultant was appointed. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to the MEC. Can we just please deal with the 2 issues for now, maybe 3. First one, do you know this capture? What is this capture? Can you respond to that? Secondly, tell us about this consultant. Now, I thought you were saying that was the SALGA consultant, but if there's a legal opinion, do you know about it? If there's a legal opinion, do you know about it? What is the legal opinion about? Have you got the cost of the consultant doubling up? And then the other question takes us back to the question which was asked. The MEC asked the question, shouldn't there have been action on the MM who has presided over so many years of disclaimer? You will answer that and the MI is going to answer it. The same question. So let me give you. When was the pendula qala? You answer those questions and the MI is going to answer. You got the same question, I'm going to both answer it. All right, answer the ones that you had.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as I indicated earlier on, the WRCon and West Rand Consulting is one and the same company. The Treasury did a preliminary investigation on the appointment of this company, and they raised certain matters of concern about how the company was appointed. The company was appointed through a process called Section 32 appointment. A Section 32 appointment is a procurement.
Appointed by? Of your municipality. Proceed.
Through that Section 32, and then the primary appointee, because it was appointed, Section 32 is appointment from another organ of state. The primary appointee is based in the Northern Cape, where the CFO comes from. So CFO is coming from the Northern Cape. The primary contractee or contractor, which is WRCon, was also working in the same locality where the CFO comes from. So that's how they were actually brought here. They were appointed at Northern Cape for an amount of about 4.2 million. Section 32 says the price does not change. You get appointed on the same terms and conditions as the principal appointee. But in our case, that price became 6 times, if not 7 times more than what it was in the Northern Cape. It's in the region of about 38 million that we ended up paying instead of 4.3 that we were supposed to have paid. We also needed to refer the same to our disciplinary board and they did their own investigations as well. They arrived at the fact that the contract is unlawful, and that the municipality must set it aside, and that the CFO must be charged for financial misconduct related to the procurement of that service. So we are aware, Chair, of the legal opinion. We have acted on it. It was referred to the DP board and also to council. And the council took that decision. We are pursuing it also criminally. The SIU is investigating the case. The Hawks are also on the case. Thanks very much.
COGTA.
Municipality we benchmark the contract from is Phumelele Municipality, situated in Free State, not Northern Cape. It's in Free State, the municipality, where we appointed this service provider from, was working for Phumelele Municipality in Free State, not Northern Cape. Thank you.
But that's where it all came from. Yes, Chair. And the COGTA? You are answering the question, I'll be telling my mic. Yes, thank you. Switch off. The first one was about the consultant. You'll give us a written report there and your legal opinion. That's fine. The next question is COGTA. That's the question you're answering.
I can confirm that the CFO was captured by the consulting company. The consulting company was doing everything in the PTO. Employees were being sidelined, and the CFO was literally doing anything. He was delegating everything to those consultants. Even meetings with AG, CFO will simply sit back, and the consultant will respond on behalf of the office of the PTO. So to that extent, Chair, I would say yes, the PTO was captured by the consultant.
Okay, you've now earned yourself another question. Why did you want to avoid answering the question?
It's because I was not there when they were appointed. So I'm not aware of what were the considerations in appointing them in the first place. That's why I was saying that maybe the principals who were there before me would be in a better position to indicate what was the motivation in their considerations to appoint those consultants.
You see, the question from the MEC about you with disclaimers, what's your response to that? The MMN disclaimers.
In the 2 years, 7 months that I have been at Sandys River, when I arrived in January of 2023, 2023, the municipality was commencing the audit for the financial year 21-22. In January already we were beginning the audit process. That was anchored by the fact that, necessitated by the fact that the municipality submitted the financials very late during that year. They submitted the financials, I think, in October of 2022, and the audit only started in January and completed in August. there was no time for audit action plan because you develop the audit action plan after the audit has been concluded. The audit itself was completed, I think, around the 15th of April of 2023. So we only had about 5 weeks to develop and implement the audit action plan before the financial year ended in 2023. So there was no time. In 2020, we then set out the process in terms of the 23-24. We were then able to communicate what the expectations are for everyone and what the consequences would be in the event that we still have repeat findings, and we're able to act on those recommendations at the end of the audit in terms of 23-24.
No, that's fine. You will give us. That's fine. You will give us the report on the actions now. That's what this committee wants. Mayor, now you can go through the same questions. Oh, the mayor. All right.
Chair, I want to check, when did they terminate the contract of the consultant? Can I ask that question quickly? Then I can ask my question. When did the...
November 2024, immediately after that.
So you, for 2 years in the municipality, you as an MM were with the consultant, because you came in 2023, 2024. You only cancelled the contract last year, right?
Well, less than, yes. But there is one full financial year that
you've been with. Okay. Okay, thanks.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, just a follow-up. MM, you have just confirmed that in your view, you agree that actually the former CFO or the CFO that has been actually, is he already not, is he no longer with the municipality or still with the municipality? It's gone. Okay, that she was captured. When did you realize that he was captured? After realizing that, did you share that with the executive mayor or with the MEC? That actually, in your view or assessment or observation, the CFO was captured? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Not with the MEC, but with my council. Yes, I did.
Let's proceed, Mayor. So what you're saying is that for 2 years, you worked with a consultant, your CFO was captured. I assume you were not. The issue, when you give us a report, we need to be clear to what extent within the 2 years you would not have been culpable for the expenditure that was caused by this consultant, because you were now the one in charge. Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on my arrival in Sandys River, I found that there's a consultant that is being appointed. As time goes, for the first 6 months, I was not aware that the consultant is not doing right. Because I can see in terms of Section 71 and Section 52D are coming to the mayor, there's this consultant that needs to be paid. But as time goes, when I started to realize that there's something wrong because I arrived in July 2023, there was an audit opinion on the 30th of November, the first one. But we started a new financial year. We got a disclaimer again. I sat down with the acting CFO in my office. I called her in my office. What is the problem at finance? So that we get to understand what is the problem. She told me everything, that we are not given a space to operate. The task that we must perform is given to the consultant. After that, I spoken with the municipal manager, MM, and they said, no, we've spoken with the MM knows. What we have done, I called the CFO in my office again. CFO, what is the problem at finance? CFO is a casual person. No, Mayor, there's no problem there. Everything is running smooth and all of that. I then spoke with the municipal manager. We agreed, myself and the MM, on the termination of this consultant. We agreed we must terminate it because we are paying more than we're supposed to pay. And the irregular expenditure is escalating whilst you are busy being scared of these people. So we must terminate it. We terminated it in November. But what triggered us and made us to be extremely agitated with them, when they wrote and contest the audit opinion to AG without our consultation and agreement. They contested AG on our behalf. And we felt, no, man, we're being misrepresented here. You know, so we terminated it. Chair. The COGTA one, I'm not sure about it, Chair, because I've done an interview to the accountants that are there, the CFO, and the MM. I even had an opportunity to sit with the consultant. I've never interfaced them, the consulting company, because of many reasons. As politicians, we don't want to interface with people that are making business with the municipality. Hence, I draw the line between ourselves as politicians and them. They must interact with officials. So we unable to detect the depth of the capture as politicians. Thanks, Chair.
MEC, you can see we wouldn't have proceeded without you present with Treasurer. So we need a commitment now. Have a post-audit plan that's going to be implemented and monitored and supervised by yourselves. We need you to commit that at the end of the 3 months, we'll have a report that includes the details of this consultant, this one and the other one, including the legal opinion and issues of what went wrong, including whether, in fact, the current MM is in any way liable for the 2 years of the work of this consultant when he was in charge. And with that, we want to get a question: is this municipality going to be capable of turning itself around as it is structured? Because if by next year they don't get out of a disclaimer, that means they would have presided over the disclaimers for the entire 5 years of their term of office. So that is the question. So give us your roundup and close. So we move to the next municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there was an issue that was raised about tick box, and I would like to correct that as grossly inaccurate. I don't think we've got time for a tick box exercise as COGTA. We are where municipalities are struggling, we struggle with them. We are there. Now, if you look at the CFO and being deployed there, just that we did not finish our presentation on all these issues. When the CFO left Sunday's River, 60% of the audit action plan was actually done. She was almost 60% of the work. Now, if that is tick box exercise, it's something really that may be demotivating, to say the least. On the disclaimer of audit opinion, Chair, a municipality that undergoes a disclaimer, there should be work that is done on all the 13 areas that have been disclaimed. Now, if we have this SALGA support that is there, working together with the team from both Treasury and COGTA, I think we will be able to outline whether it is possible during the current state to extricate them from a disclaimer. It's not something that you can commit that it will be done tomorrow, because you have to define all the system descriptions that have to be followed. You have to deal with all the compliances. You have to deal with irregular expenditure and the details around that. So we may actually be able to commit once everything is put into the right perspective and say, is it possible in the current audit to extricate them, or can we then extricate them in the next audit? But it requires some work. Based on my own pragmatic experience in local government, I can't say you can remove them in the current audit from the disclaimer. So I don't want to make an unjustified and misinformed projection. So we will work on that, and on the basis of evaluating that work, we will be able to come out to the committee through the write-up and say this is objectively what is possible to happen. But it is our intention that both this one and the next one coming, Makana, if they can move out of disclaimer as soon as possible, it's something that we would really push for. But I'm not hopeful in the current audit year as they are being audited now. But we will then make a determination, Chair, when we submit a write-up to the committee. But thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to present these matters. As you can see, Tina, we are not more on oversight, we are more on monitoring and evaluation of whether the systems are working and holding them accountable. And it is our view that building capacity to counsel, to understand, because some of these things, Chair, should actually be prevented from happening. If you look at the irregular expenditure and all that, that has accumulated. In our understanding, it should be prevented from even occurring. You must not get surprised by the Auditor General, because your own systems will determine as to how these things work. So I'm saying, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MEC. As we wrap up, we've indicated earlier that after the meeting, we'll then have to look at matters that needs the municipality to address. And as we've also indicated that we'll also be giving you 3 months to respond to these matters. You will send your responses to the portfolio committee in the province, and they will then communicate with us. As we've also noted that this oversight is a joint oversight visit where we also want to strengthen the provincial colleagues. So what we are expecting from the municipality is for you to provide us with a post-audit action plan that will be able to address all the challenges that you are currently having with your audit outcomes. We need a full report on consequence management as what you have already done now and the future plans on consequence management. We need investigation on irregular expenditures, and that must also be accompanied by the report from the MPAC, which means from now until 3 months, you must also make sure that your MPAC seat, they then deal with matters, and we need that progress report. We need a fully detailed report on your overseas trip so that we avoid misinformation. We need a full detailed report on allowance, our traveling allowances for the councillors and the officials in the municipality. We need water prevention strategy, as the issue of water loss is a challenge in your municipality. We need a detailed report on the employees' debt to municipality, including the councillors, and preventative measures that are going to be taken to avoid such from happening in future. And that must be accompanied with debit orders forms from those employees who owes municipality, so that we are guaranteed that from now on going forward, they are going to pay for their debt in municipalities. And you've also indicated that you had some write-off. On the write-off, we need a detailed report on the breakdowns of those write-off. And on the side of the department MEC, we have noted the challenges in the municipality and we are expecting you to act. So we are going to give you 3 months to come up with a plan as to how are you going to assist municipality, whether are you going to put them under intervention or are we going to beef up the team. So we need a detailed program of how are you going to assist them from both the MEC of COGTA and Treasury. That's what we need. And that detailed report must also include assisting them in adopting budget, because I'm not for, if my memory serves me well, this municipality is one of the municipalities that have adopted unfunded budget. So can you please also come up with a plan as to how are you going to address that portion of unfunded budget with the municipality? And lastly, on the side of municipality is an revenue enhancement strategy, and there was also a matter of economic development that was raised. So we also need your local economic development strategy to address the issues of economy. I will now give to the chair for closing remark.
No, thank you. The last one was there was an interaction by the portfolio committee in the province, and they have a report that we're going to request that it should be shared with the portfolio committee, with the joint committees, so that we can follow the discussion on this matter. They have indicated that they've already been in that kind of interaction. Other than that, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We'll also want to take this opportunity for thanking the municipality for being part of this oversight visit As we've indicated, we are not here to play a big brother, but we are here to assist each other. And in the process of assisting each other, those who must take responsibility for what has not been done or what has been done wrong in the municipality, they should also do that, as you know that consequence management is part of our oversight visit. Thank you very much, colleagues. You are now released. Can we please have the next municipality, which is Kirsani?
Emzini wezinsizwa umlandi, emzini wezinsizwa ngisususinga abafana bakithi.
Greetings, colleagues. You are welcome to our meeting. However, your composition is problematic. It's emzini wezinsizwa. That one on its own is -1. Gender is not fully represented here. You are welcome to our meeting. It's a joint oversight committee. We are a committee of parliament, which is the committee for COGTA and standing committee on AG. We are together with our colleagues from the province. We believe that you know them from COGTA and SCOPA. The main reason why we are conducting this oversight visit is because earlier last year we had our meeting with the AG, where she raised some serious concerns regarding the audit outcomes of our municipalities. And your municipality is also included there. And as a result of that, we then took a decision to conduct this oversight visit. We've been to Free State, Northwest, and Gauteng. So Eastern Cape is the 4th province that we are visiting. And our main objective is to promote accountability ecosystem, consequence management, and good governance. On accountability, we previously we were looking at local government alone. But this time we are also integrating that with provincial government because they are the role players in ensuring that we build ideal municipalities. So in terms of the proceeding of this sitting, you are going to be given 15 minutes. In that 15 minutes is your introduction and the presentation. So we then advise that don't go word by word on a presentation, but just give us a high-level briefing on the state of municipalities and the matters that were referred to you from our committee so that you can respond to them. And after that presentation, we'll then have engagement with members. And also when you respond, because time is not on our side, we'll request that you become direct. Don't over-elaborate on matters. Just be direct in terms of the responses that are being asked to you. And secondly, we'll request that you note all the questions so that when we respond, we don't have to go back and remind you that member A has asked this question and is not answered. So we'll request that you record all the questions and respond to all the questions. And in terms of our members, we'll introduce ourselves as and when we engage with you in order to save time. And the chairperson of the committee, who's the leader of delegation, is Honorable Dr. Zweli Mkhize. And I will be facilitating this session. My name is Dikiledi Direko. So we are now going to give the municipality, and let's work on time as we present. Every now and then when I realize that you are going beyond time allocated, I will indicate. The executive mayor and the team, you can now continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Joint Committee of COGTA, both national and the province. All other stakeholders present. I will try to be concise to the presentation so that we, at least the time that you are giving us, at least that 15 minutes. Chair, my name is Lusanda Sizani, the Mayor of Krisani District Municipality. I'm with the Speaker, Councillor John Tsengani. I'm with the MM on my left side, Obani Mashia, Mr. Mgeni, CFO, then Mr. Shasha, Technical Services. Chairperson, we really appreciate the call for this oversight as the district municipality. Krisani District Municipality is one of municipalities in the Eastern Cape. We are in the borders of 4 district municipalities: Piklika, Isagaseme District, Jogabi, Sarabatman, Amatole, OR Tambo. Our district has 6 local municipalities: Inokum Gijima, Inguba Temba, Dr. Ibikuma, Emalahleni, Tsikayetu, Sakisizwe. We are a population of more than 800,000 plus population. Also on governance, Chair, we are a political leadership and administrative leadership. The purpose of aligning political leadership and administrative is interface more on promoting good governance, align policy implementation, facilitate effective oversight, enhance coordination and communication, strengthen institutional stability. In terms of working relations between political leadership and administration, the council approves budget, bylaws and policies. Also the executive mayor, deputy executive mayor, mayoral committee play its oversight and make sure that policies aligned at all levels in terms of DDM and IGR. Then in terms of the executive committee, it ensures that the good governance and the accountability and transparency to our communities and make sure that we function in terms of the executive. Then in terms of speaker and committees, in terms of section 79,
The council programs are effective in terms of time frames, and also we enforce the rules and oversight through public participation and ward committee oversight, effective and the functionality of all the committees. Then, in terms of legislative framework, we conduct our council business through physical and visual with the Office of the Speaker, guided by the policy, development, and implementation of council programs. Chief Whip is the one that coordinates ourselves and ensures cohesion and good relations between the parties in the council. So in terms of administrative level, the municipal manager is the accounting head that implements council decisions. We are working very well, Chair, in terms of the district municipality, in terms of stability and unity of that institution. In that institution, as the mayor, I was inaugurated in 8 September 2023, but when I arrived there, I worked with the team. I believe in team building, so in terms of administrative and political leadership, we are working very well. In terms of staff establishment, we have MM's office with 57 positions, 4 vacancies, total 61, corporate services 60 positions, field vacancies 3, total 63. In terms of health, environmental services 57 positions, 8 vacancies, 65 total positions. In terms of engineering, 552 positions filled, 86 vacancies, 638 in total. Budget and treasurer, we have 142 positions filled, 4 vacancies, 146 in total. In terms of total iPad, 11 positions filled, 1 vacant position, 12 positions. In terms of field positions, 879, vacants 106, in terms of total 985 positions that are there in the municipality. In terms of skills audit and qualifications of our administration, CFO is there in our report. I won't go to the qualifications of each, but in terms of assessment, all of them are competent. There are 3 that are not permanent, others are permanent as per our legislation. We have established MPEG, is functional in terms of our council adopted council resolution on the 21 November 2021. Also, MPEG, as determined by the council, is a maximum of 5 councillors as per the required legislative requirement. Also, the mayor, chief whip, speaker, mayoral committee members are not serving in the MPEG. The MPEG chair is appointed by the council. Those were the members of the MPEG, Councillor Biko, Councillor Nobongoza from UDM, Councillor Limba ANC, Robert Fenske, GA, Councillor Kenneth Clark, Independence, Councillor Sizeka Guma from the African National Congress. Then, in terms of material irregularities, we have a challenge on VAT recovery. Then the issue is sub judice because it's a matter between the district municipality and the AG, and also we are having proclamation from the president through SIU. So that matter is handled in the manner in which at least they were saying, were confident at least. But in terms of that MI, it was an issue of appointment of a company with 15% recovery. So that's the issue with AG. Then in terms of MPEC investigation, that matter, all the necessary legislation were followed. Then in terms of recommendations, the council to note and accept a report from the MPEC, the council to note there were intentional flaws in regulation framework. Then council to note that based on all investigation conducted, no employee or official has committed any financial misconduct. It was a Regulation 32 process. Then in terms of audit outcomes, 2021 to this far, our municipality in 2021 was on disclaimer. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2021, 2022 qualified audit opinion, 2022, 2023 qualified audit opinion, 2023, 2024 qualified audit opinion. Then we are expecting better results in terms of improved audit opinion for 2024, 2025. There are challenges in terms of what was picked by the Auditor General in terms of water distribution received from exchangeable transaction, VAT payable, and also revenue. We are trying our level best to improve water distribution and also water losses. Also on revenue, we've improved from that time, from 2023 until to date, at least every month we improve audit, we improve revenue collection as a district municipality. Under unfunded budget in 2022-2023, we have a budget that was unfunded. We tried our level best to improve in that. Now for 2025-2026, we have a budget that is funded for the first time in the years. So we are trying our level best to build a municipality that is effective, transparent, honest, and that respond to service delivery. In terms of debt owed by the municipality, we owe Department of Water and Sanitation 105 million, but we have an arrangement in terms of payment. We stick to that as a district municipality. Also, in terms of payment of councillors, is that amount here 61 million plus, and our officials 314 million plus. As alluded earlier on, that we have employees called councillors and also our employees under administration. Is still that one of it. Then we have also an MI on the VO at Tsomo Water Treatment Plant. It's a state-of-the-art plant that was visited by the president, but because when I arrived there were a lot of projects that were incomplete. We tried our level best to complete project as CRISA, and from that time until this day, we completed more than 14 projects as the district. We handed over through the presence of Minister of Water and Sanitation, Premier, MECs that we invited as the district municipality. Then is a cluster 9 bedlock eradication, Tsomo, a abstraction of water from Tsomo River to that plant. It's a plant that give water to Krisan and Amatole, but it's the first phase. Then the second phase is on the part of Amatole. It's a project is completed now, and it is ready for handing over. Then in terms of unauthorized expenditure, have zero in that. What caused the unauthorized expenditure was open-ended contracts that were there since 2002 of clusters that were appointed without open-ended contracts. That ended up senior irregular unauthorized expenditure and wasteful. We then took a step and terminate all the consultants that were having open-ended contracts. We had fight in the legal fraternity. We tried our level best, but now at least all of them were terminated. We have new panel that have start and end of a contract. So that's what cause our wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. I won't go to the unauthorized
Sorry
expenditure.
to interject. You are left with 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Then let me try to be fast. Our focus now is revenue collection. Also, we appointed a company working with Treasurer of smart meter installation that will assist in terms of making sure that we collect revenue. Our revenue collection per month is clear from July 2024 up until to date. Those were percentages, 25% in July, 8% August, September 9.6%, October 17.16%, November, December 40%. Then we've initiated a program of Water Tuesdays, where in every Tuesday we're in a local municipality attending to water losses, source spillages, and revenue collection. So it assisted us a lot in terms of revenue collection. I won't go to LED programs. Have 6 municipalities that we pilot LED program to build economy of that district in making sure that all our municipalities are resourced and are working in speed in building economy. Then I won't go to the small town beautification program. Then on investments, have MOUs with other municipalities, Linfin City in China on cooperation on agriculture, renewable energy, water and sanitation. Also have relations with Burundi. The ambassador visited our water treatment plant at Somo, wherein they experience that plant as state-of-the-art, and also we are in a process working with them in making sure that they learn from us as the district municipality in all our plant and water schemes. In terms of functionality of our water schemes, those are our water schemes that are functional, non-functional in total. Then we're trying our level best to attend to challenges of water. In every Tuesday, we have Water Tuesday. We hand over project to showcase service delivery every day of the week. We make sure that we attend to. We will also invite the portfolio committee, both national and province, in our project, so that you witness what we said we are doing as the district municipality. Then in terms of service delivery, we are attending service delivery. There is a backlog in terms of access to water and backlog. I won't go to numbers, but we are trying our level best to attend to the household, and we are trying our level best to register our people to indigent, because our people have high levels of unemployment and poverty. That is registering our people and making sure that we. That is registering our people and making sure that we. As the service delivery protest and some of the hotspot areas, and also those that were instructed by Human Rights Commission, who have challenges in Middleburg, Craddock, we've attended those through our program of Water Tuesdays. Our plant at least are complying, and we make sure that we monitor. Also, Inokumkijima waste treatment plant, it was non-functional for 5 years, but for now we are to say it was non-functional for 5 years, but for now we are to say of September on an oversight, making sure that that plant is functional. There are many. We can see Indwe, premier MSCs were there when there were challenges of march against municipalities. That SWAS village there, we've attended it.
As you wrap up.
Thank you very much, Chair. I try to fast as possible, but to allow the committee to ask questions. We really appreciate this platform. To us, it capacitates us, and also it will make us effective and strong so that we've built a solid rock going to 2026. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, you have 5 minutes each. We'll start by Honorable Moali.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to welcome the presentation. I'm Honorable Moali, a member of Standing Committee on AG. I want to first make a comment on your audit outcome. From the presentation of Executive Mayor, you've presided over a qualified audit opinion for almost 3 years now, right? So I want to know from the municipality as to what is it that you are doing to correct this. And also I see that you use a consultant for asset management. I'm not sure if you use the same consultant for AFS preparation. Is there no capacity? Is there no capacity? CFO, you can't prepare financials, if you're using a consultant. And also, I want to highlight, Chair, that 60% targets were achieved, but almost 100% or 99% budgets was used by the municipality. So I would like to get a correlation as to how do you then justify using almost 100% of the budgets but achieve only 61% of your target. Maybe to support this, you had a target of 9,561 number of households served with quality basic water supply, but you only achieved or reported as achieved 434. This is also supported by an amount of 113.8 million on water losses. And there's a dispute from AG on this amount that it might be incorrect as presented in the annual financial statement, which then suggests that it can be more water losses. If your billings are incorrect, then this suggests that your water losses might be understated. So this is also communicating to the people of South Africa that who are supposed to be connected with the basic water, like 9,561 households, you were anticipating to connect, but only connect 400. I was going to accept if you connected 9,000 and you are left with 400. But in this case, you've connected only 400. But you have water losses. Make it make sense to this committee. And also, as I close, Chair, I learned from the comment and from also the presentation of Executive Mayor that there's a dispute around the issue of a consultant for VAT. It is still, the matter is in court. But Executive Mayor, we must also abreast the people of this country that in 2021, or the matter that is under discussion, you paid the consultant 78 million in 2021, 2022 for just preparing a VAT. 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022. You paid a consultant 78 million for VAT. Please give me that 78 million. I can prepare a VAT record. And then how is that justified? And then AG flagged this, and after flagging this, he refers this to SIU. After referring this to SIU, and then the municipality lodged a legal dispute. But let's leave it at that. But I will also want you to somehow make a comment as to how is it justified that you pay a consultant almost 80 million when you have over 9,000 people that you did not manage to connect into pure or basic water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. There is a report, an SIU report here, and Public Protector report on maladministration, fraud, and corruption, which was completed under Proclamation R3618 in 2023. Apparently, a number of referrals were made for a disciplinary action against the official and executives. Was this carried through those recommendations? Because there's a reason for making a report and making referrals. And then secondly, there's also payment of services and services not rendered. And clearly it states here, no consequence on irregular expenditure. How can that be? Because honestly, what we have found very frustrating as this committee is that we try to get into the executives' heads to say what in their understanding is the intention or the purpose of an AG's report. If year in, year out, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, the recommendations are not heeded and there's no corrective action. But I would also, Chair, I think it will help a lot just to understand how long has been the tenure of each of you right now. I don't know. I hope you get my question. I see the gentleman is nodding. That's my last question. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, you'll bear with me if actually questions that I'm going to ask maybe have been covered because I came while my colleague was speaking. So the issue of adverse findings against officials previously employed at Enoch Mkejima. So I'd like the mayor to furnish an update in this regard. So councillors in areas, so understand the deadline was June 2025. How far has the council gone with that or done with that? Poor debtors control as 2023-2024, 70% of municipal debt was unlikely to be recovered. If we can actually take us into confidence with regard to that. And there's an issue of hotel projects. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee 2023-2024 Oversight report, it mentioned, it cited 2 projects with regard to Indicala wastewater project, a dispute raising due to poor performance, and COGTA project has been on hold since December 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. A few of my colleagues referred to wasteful and irregular and unauthorized expenditure. I also want to go there. I would like to know what is the total amount of unauthorized, irregular and wasteful expenditure. And I know that a lot has been written off. What is that amount that has been written off? And before it was written off, was it investigated? And if not, what is the reason? I also would like you to give the status of, do you have an internal audit committee? And if not, what instrument or what process do you use to make sure that your internal controls are in place? Do you have an impact? Is it working? Do you have a disciplinary board? Is it working? Then I would like to know that if these systems are not in place, how do you think you're going to get out of this position of a disclaimer? Just your thoughts on that. Then on water and sanitation, a lot has been said, a lot has been asked. I would like to know what is the percentage of your budget that you spend on maintenance and repairs? On maintenance and repairs. And then also, what is the plan to improve the water service delivery? Then, apparently, on the basic service delivery on Q3, you had a 38% performance, and the poor performance was due to service providers that not performing, or part of that was, which in a rural area we all know what the challenges are. My question is, did you report these service providers that did poor performance to the Department of COGTA? Are you aware of, is anybody aware of them? Or are you going to be forced to make use of them again, even in the next round, even if they are poor service providers? Then the performance, the total performance level of the municipality, ask if a written report on the challenges as well as the remedial actions that you're going to do to improve this performance be given to a copy of that given to the portfolio, to this portfolio committee. Apparently this was requested by the province, and if not, I think it would be a good thing to give it to the province as well as to us. Then I would also like to know, are you convinced that your LED programs will deliver success in any way if they are not basic service delivery? How do you bring this together and say you are doing local economic development if there are no basic services? Then very often it has been said we try our utmost best. We try our utmost best. I would like to ask this. Did you in any stage requested the Department of COGTA, the MEC is here, to support you, to help you, according Section 154? And did you receive the services? And then to you, Minister, I would also like MEC, when the chair provides for that, to give us feedback on what kind of support and why is this not working. And then my last question, when the chair provides for that, to give us feedback on what kind of support and why is this not working. And then my last question, because I've heard a lot of, we do our utmost best and we will improve, and we all do these things. That doesn't mean anything to me. I would like you to give me 3 priorities and 3 solutions, or 3 priorities that you decided as a municipality that you have to focus on to become a better service provider and a better municipality to the people, to deliver on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start on the part that relates to investment. One, Chair, our laws of South Africa and that govern local government are clear in terms of process. The process that was used in terms of a VAT was Regulation 32. Then thereof, the modalities and what 32. Then thereof, the modalities and what is a process that needs to be investigated. That is why we allow investigation. The investigation team was there. We gave them all the necessary documentation that required by SIU. That's the reason we are saying, let's await a process to unfold so that all of us were satisfied. That's point number one. I won't go to issues of what money paid, when, but I want to stipulate that clearly so that we put it to correct perspective. Then, Chair, the other matter that relates to SIU was a matter that relates to double dipping of our CSPs and operators. That matter, as a mayor, I actioned it. We removed all those that are above 60 years from the system of operators and CSPs. Then we put people that are required by law, that are not double dipping, that get pension, also double dipping the monies of the municipality. That's the second SIU report that we've implemented. Then the other part in that, it relates to investigation of cooperative center. A cooperative center that was established in 2011. I was not a councillor then, but the laws of South Africa allows that. But the issue with the SIU is competitive bidding. That the competitive bidding was not followed to the latter because it's a sole company that was contracted as a cooperative center. So the monies that were transferred to cooperative center are those that are flagged by SIU. That matter is sub judice because people that were establishing that entity and all the information that was required then we've given to the SIU. Then there were two recommendations that let's take our officials to ADC. I'm saying at an appropriate time, if we allow investigation to happen, if you charge an MM who arrived in the institution in 2019, acting MM then, who is an MM of Amatol now, who was acting between 2018 and 2019. But then you are not saying anything about people started in 2011. There is a gap in terms of information, what was required and what was investigated and what caused the remedial action. So I'm saying that matter now, that's why those people that were implicated said they will take the matter for a judicial review because it needs further investigation. So that's the matter on that one. Then, so I think I've answered all those of SIU, but my team is here to assist me because I said earlier on that I arrived in the institution in 2023, but I account for everything that happened before my arrival there. Speaker, MM, CFO, and technical director will answer to other questions that are service delivery driven.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I am Councillor Jongum Sitengane as the Honourable Executive Mayor. No, thank you very much, Chair. I am Councillor Jongum Sitengane as the Honourable Executive Mayor. Relating to our oversight. I think there was a question relating to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee and whether do we have impact to that subcommittee. I think the recommendations of the MPEC as the council were able to implement them, except some few issues that relate to further investigation. For instance, the issue of VAT, which the executive mayor has touched based on. Otherwise, all other issues that were referred to MPEC is able to respond to them, and it is assisting us, and it is functional. And we do also have the disciplinary board, Chair. I must also confirm that. There's also a matter, executive mayor and the committee, that were raising the issue of public protector. I think we did receive that report also from the public protector. And it was also presented to council that there is that report which was involving our officials, which issue is an issue of Enoch Mkejima, but currently those officials are part of us. But the report that we got from the officials concerned is that they have taken the matter to judicial review. Now, we responded to public protector that as a council we are noting that report. But as and when any issue may be needed to the officials we have employed currently, the council would be free to receive them. But we accepted the fact that the officials concerned reported to us that they've taken the matter to judicial review. And we looked at what is taking place in Enoch Mkejima, and the same approach we were told it is taking place. So I think those were the two issues that I wanted, but most of the issues, I think the MM will be able to respond to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session, and good morning to the members. My name is Kobani Mashi. I'll be responding to some of the questions that were raised. The first question that was related to the current audit findings. The question was, what is it that we're doing as the municipality to address those findings? The municipality developed an audit improvement plan that we implemented to the latter as the municipality. There was one main funding that was sitting between that we implemented to the latter as the municipality. There was one main funding that was sitting between the municipality, that is the qualified audit opinion and the unqualified opinion. It was the finding that related to the revenue, where our focus was more on the billing. Our focus was more on the billing. Our focus was more on the billing. We received inaccurate information from the locals, information with no supporting documentation. That is the opening balances that were there. As the municipality then conducted a full-blown investigation in trying to get to the bottom of that. There were also write-offs that were sent to the. There will be a huge improvement. Then the second question that was raised, it is the question that relates to the consultants that the municipality is currently using, for Fs. Chairperson, I must indicate that as the municipality, we do compile, develop Fs on our own, using our own personnel. However, we do utilize the services of the external service providers to review the Fs that have been developed. The budget provision for that, Chairperson, is 688,000. That is the money that we've provided for that, because we do generate, we do combine apps on our own. But the review component is the one that we are doing externally. there was a question that related to 100% conditional grant spending versus, the projects completed. In 2019, before we arrived at the municipality lost an amount of 289 million, an amount that was provided to complete some of the infrastructure projects. That money was taken back to National Treasury because of the poor performance at that particular time and the spending. At the time that money was taken back from the municipality, there were projects that were seated at 80%, others 90%, others 50%. Projects that were supposed to be funded, from that. I must indicate, Chairperson, that created, a financial burden for the municipality. Because as the municipality, we had to tap into our own internal funding to complete those projects. But if you are talking about, 289, it is the money that we couldn't, that we're still even battling today to, finance. That left us with, number of incomplete projects that were designed to provide water and sanitation to communities. That is why, Chairperson, there's this, backlog. We are trying very hard as the municipality to complete those projects. As the mayor indicated, in the previous financial year, we've completed over 14, projects, and handed over 14 projects. As we speak, there are plus minus 10 projects that are completed, that are ready to be handed over. I must also indicate, Chairperson, as well, that we also experience some unrest in some areas. There's a project that is located at AB Kuma. It's called, we're building a water treatment works, a project that was supposed to connect about 123 villages. A project that was designed to provide 123 villages with water and sanitation. That project is a project that was supposed to be completed in 2019. But due to community unrest, we couldn't complete that project on time. The political leadership of the municipality is currently engaging that community. The community is demanding that in order for them to allow the municipality to draw water from that source, they need to be electrified. That village where the water treatment works is, they demand electricity, a function that is not the function of the district. But as I've indicated, the political leadership is currently engaging. Once that project is completed, the backlog or the gap that has been presented here, it will be addressed. Water distribution losses. Chairperson, the challenge that we're confronted with as the municipality, the state of our infrastructure is very old. We do fix our pipeline, but from time to time, there'll be best. But as the municipality, we are focusing on generating revenue so that we able to start the process of replacing, some of the, pipeline that we have. The money that we need in order for us to replace is over 1.5 billion in the district. That creates problems for us. But as I've indicated, we do replace as the municipality when such leaks are detected. We are currently procuring a telemetry system as well, a system that will be able to report and detect leaks in our system. We're using the WISC grant and our own internal fund to procure that one. So we are going to reduce, in fact, we've started in the previous financial year, reducing the distribution losses dramatically, Chairperson. The issue of VAT, I think the mayor has already responded to that. What one can flag there is that the service provider that was contracted then, it generated the municipality an amount of 250 million at that particular time, at 15% charge. But as the mayor indicated, that matter is sub judice. The issue that was raised by AG on that one is the issue of percentage-based versus rate-based. AG is of the view that the municipality was supposed to use a rate-based instead of using a percentage-based. It's not an issue of irregularity of that contract, but versus rate-based and percentage-based. AG is citing the cost containment regulation. But I must indicate that we benefited out of that as the municipality massively. The completion of the projects that one is talking about, those projects whose funding was taken in 2019, were assisted by this 250 million that was generated by the service provider. But the matter is sub judice, the mayor indicated. Irregular expenditure. Chair, I must indicate that currently the irregular expenditure is nil. We don't have any irregular expenditure as the municipality. The root cause of the irregular expenditure over the years, as the mayor indicated, it is because of the evergreen contracts. We are confronted by a situation whereby, consultants that were appointed in 2010, 2011, 2002, were also doing some work, at the municipality. We attempted to terminate those contracts in 2020 when one joined the municipality, but they took us to court. We went back to court, but as the municipality, we succeeded in terminating those contracts. That is the source of the irregular expenditure, that the municipality was confronted with. Hence, Chairperson 1 is able to report that in the previous financial year, we had 0 irregular expenditure. The process of writing off the irregular expenditure, as the executive mayor indicated, the irregular expenditure were investigated by MPEC, the council approval, and that process was tested by AG as well. Hence, we are able to report, this figure. Because these figures, we are taking it from the audited financial statements, an indication that, the process that was followed complied fully with the regulation. The debt collection, Chairperson, we have a challenge when it comes to the, collection rate. There's a reluctance from the communities to pay for the services that they're rendering from the municipality. However, Chair, the political leadership of the municipality is led by the municipality. They've started, some community engagements, robustly engaging communities, convincing them to pay. Parallel to that, we're also fixing the billing data as well. That was, an issue. As the mayor indicated, we are also in a process of implementing the smart metering system, a system that will assist us as the municipality to maximize the collection. By the way, Chair, I must indicate that these measures, they also yielded some positive results. As the mayor indicated, the budget that we are currently implementing as the municipality is funded. It is funded because there was an improvement on the collection side, for the first time in a period of 10 years. Cala wastewater treatment and COGTA. Chair, I must report here that the COGTA pump station, where we have spent over 600 million as the municipality, a project that was completed in 2019. After the intervention of the mayor, using our own internal fund, that project is pumping water. I think it's been 6 months, if not 7 months now, we're pumping water from COGTA. The pump station is working. Cala wastewater treatment works. Chairperson, the Cala water treatment works, I must indicate that we have terminated the service provider. I think it's been 2 months now. We're in the process of replacing that. That is part of the consequence management. Because what assisted the municipality to maximize and improve the performance as far as the project management is concerned is the implementation of the consequence management. We have terminated in the previous financial year and that year over 10 contractors, consultants and contractors that were poorly performing in these projects. Most of the contractors and consultants that were terminated are those that were appointed 10 years back, etc. But we have successfully terminated them. There were penalties that were also imposed to those, consultants. We don't just terminate and then not follow them. The COGTA matter, for example, there was a design issue at COGTA. As we speak, we are following the consultant that designed, that plant, even though the plant is functional. Systems and controls, yes, Chair, there are systems and controls. I must indicate that Those systems and controls, they're the ones that have assisted us as the municipality to be able to improve the opinion, to qualification, to reduce a number of audit findings that were flagged over the years. The internal audit unit of the institution is fully fledged. The audit committee, the risk management committee is also, functioning very well. The executive committee, that is the mayoral, they also play a very, very important role, and other administrative committees. I must also indicate, Chairperson, as well, that we have good and sound relations with our provincial treasurer, the district office, and COGTA, whom from time to time they will come and advise, the municipality. In the implementation of the audit improvement plan, provincial treasurer was at the center, COGTA was at the center. In the internal audit steering committee meetings, they play a very, very important role in that regard. I must indicate that has assisted us a lot as the municipality. The repairs and maintenance, we have provided 6% for repairs and maintenance over the years. I must indicate, Chairperson, that that is not enough, considering the fact that our infrastructure is old. From time to time it collapses. But as we maximize, revenue, we're intending to provide, more for that. Service provider poorly performed, I've addressed that one. We're terminating service providers. If you can go to our records, you'll see. LED programs, the impact. I think in the mayor's presentation, he made indication that as the municipality, we are implementing the local economic development programs. One of those programs is the livestock improvement program, where we are supporting, the emerging, farmers in our district. Christian municipality is the rural-based municipality. Our strength as far as the economic development is more on the farming, agricultural side. As a municipality, we are supporting, those farmers. I must also indicate as well that as the municipality, we are in a process of resuscitating and reviving Komani Industrial Park. As we speak, there are companies that are operating in the Komani Industrial Park. Through our agency, we've managed to attract, investors to operate in that space. We are also focusing as well and supporting the resuscitation and the revival of the schemes that are in the space, the Ngocha schemes, the Bilaje, etc. We are playing a very, very important role there, in dealing with that. We are also supporting the SMMEs. There's a SMME support, program, because the district, we're of the view that the issue of unemployment, the challenge of unemployment in the district, the SMMEs can play a very, very important role, in that one. I think there's a report, that one about the strides that we have achieved as the municipality. Support from COGTA, I think as I've indicated, from time to time we do receive support from the COGTA district office, provincial treasurer district office. They play a very, very important role in supporting the municipality. And lastly, the three priorities of the municipality. First priority is revenue collection. Our focus is on revenue collection. The second one, our focus is on revenue collection. The second one, water and sanitation services. Thank you very much, Chair.
But in terms of your questions, or is there a follow-up covered? New questions? Just for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Pumelele Ndamase, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance.
Please switch off our mics.
I hope I'm audible, Chair. My first one is the last point that you are making in relation to your schemes, the Bilache and Ngocha. But in your report, you are reflecting that you are doing badly in agriculture. So can you be able to furnish that information and be able to respond to what is contained in your report in terms of the contribution that you claim that you are contributing 8% in the GDP, which I do not trust. The reason I don't trust it is because if you look at the whole Eastern Cape, their contribution is less than 3% into the GDP of the province. Agriculture is not doing good, including in your case. Then the second one is in relation to RDP standards, the 200-meter radius. And please concentrate on the rural side of your district. If you are able to comply with that in the deep rural areas, don't talk about towns. And finally, the issue of the certain townships in your district, if you talk the industrial area that you are talking about, Isbeleni is collapsing. We are going to address it with the local municipalities, but you also have a role to play as a district, whether it's Mlungisi, whether it is that other area. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Municipality, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. On part of Esbeleni water supply, we are in a program which is in terms of our phases, phase 7 of CON, of decommissioning Esbeleni using the source which is CON. We are in plans with the water and sanitation to fund that phase, because as we say things about CON, not knowing what are the phases that were there to build CON as a functioning water supply to Berry Dam, our storage. So I'm saying, as you alluded in this one, we are working with the water and sanitation to improve water to decommission Zbele so that it's supplied by the CON plant so that Komani water supplied town and Mlungis. We're trying our level best, but resources are minimal. But we're trying our level best. We appreciate this forum. Maybe we'll be assisted in that regard. There are challenges, Chair, in terms of our water system. I don't know what was the planning in terms of our consultant. If you build a water scheme at a level of a rural district like Dr. Ibikum, you have spring water, you have running water on the rivers. We build a weir that will abstract water to a reservoir in the middle of a river. But also, there is sand in that process. You are not silting that sand. It blocks the systems and all that. But in the mountainous areas of Dr. Ibikum and Zgayetu, the source is a spring. We have initiated a program through rural development, because we've copied that to rural development, wherein we source the skilled people to make sure that we build a system, a unit called spring water, so that we start connect our household through that system. It's assisting a lot. We've built more than 8 spring water protection. It's not expensive, that's one. If you talk of Kwebe in 2016, no, 2021, the whole 843 voters decided not to vote on the day of elections. They said they want what? We were there the whole day up until close process elections. Then after we go back to that community, they said to us, the traditional authority there, we have 3 spring waters here that have running water day in, day out. This process that is designed through your consultant of abstracting water in the middle of the river is not working. Let's explore that experience. We did that. There is a running water at Kwebe up until to date. The traditional authority called me last week. He said, on our program of Water Tuesday, let's go there. He wants us to connect Mtibani, Sogwandungwana, all other areas of Ward 12 so that they have water. We are trying our level best, Chair, to address this, but the system that we arrive in is a challenge. But we are trying to build water schemes that have functional water schemes that can produce water for our communities. The RDP standard, 200 meters between taps, there is no such in the communities. There are illegal connections, people connected in their yards. Now, the issue that I raised with the MM, if someone connected illegally, what? Let's put a smart meter, because that person, it seems as if that person, we are afforded to have a tap, a yardiniake, so that we can put measures in place so that they don't do such occurrences. So we're trying our level best to address service delivery on the irrigation schemes. Noha is a big irrigation scheme, more than 5,000 hectares. It's an apartheid regime program, but we failed. We must accept it as after 1994. Because that scheme was producing a lot in terms of production through value chain in agriculture and other means of production. But the problem there is CPAs. We are not a legitimate structure to establish CPAs. It's Department of Land Affairs. The infightings between the CPA committees and the community is a problem. I'm glad that the minister was there to address that Friday last week. I was in the funeral, but I deployed the executive mayor to attend to it, because the only challenge there is that. But in terms of building economy through agriculture, where the district to make sure that our people benefit in terms of farms that were given to people, to our people. That assisted us. If you follow the value chain through current beef and other means, the lot of livestock that is transported to other provinces is from our province in terms of agriculture. We can contribute 8%, but in overall, if other districts contribute 2%, it will mean a percentage of province is 3%. But we are not saying we are better, but we are trying our level best to improve the economic spin-offs of our district through agriculture, because our district is an agricultural district. We need to work agriculture and make means of making sure that everyone in the district assists us in making sure that we've built a better district and we are working hard. I think I will give to other colleagues to answer, Speaker, but I'll try to.
That's fine. I think just one last point, Chair. I think the ones relating to service delivery, I think MM will be able to deal with them. One last issue, we are working very well with traditional leaders in the district. I think it's a point that we have missed. I can say that there are some traditional leaders here. We're working very well with traditional leaders. I can attest to that from the initiation season that we're coming from. There was no initiative that we lost in the last season. And that we are attesting that to the establishment of the initiation teams that we are having in the local municipalities and the district. So we're coordinating that very well. Working very well with the subs, we're working very well with the Department of Health. So all our teams and that is thanks to the cooperation from the traditional leadership. So I wanted just to raise that issue.
Thank you very much, Somlom. I think the executive has covered almost all the questions. For me, to indicate that the backlog that we currently addressing as Krizani, 16%. We're talking about people that are not yet connected to the water grid. But as the mayor indicated, we are introducing now, the spring connection system to eradicate, this backlog. I must also indicate as well that we are also, to service this 16%, we are also using the services of, our water cards. I must indicate, Chairperson, that we don't hire water cards as Krizan. We're using our own, to cut water to this 16%. RTP standards, the mayor has addressed that 25 liters per person, RTP, we're able to provide that. 60 liters above RTP standards, 60 liters per person, that is above RTP standard. We are also addressing that. The new norm now talks about 100 liters per person. We are also building our system to be able to meet this norm as well. Chairperson, however, has indicated that we have a challenge of vandalism and theft in our district. In the current month alone, we have lost over 5 backup generators. I'm talking about the big engines. But the leadership is currently engaging those communities. In the previous week, the mayor was in those areas to engage and convince communities that they have to play a role in protecting these infrastructure assets. But that is a problem. I think the SBLN one, the mayor has already responded to that. But for me, to indicate that through the DDM that is being coordinated by the mayor, there's some infrastructure development in the area of SBLN. If you go to SBLN, you'll see there's a big road there called Kwadana Road. That road is started now. Small town revitalization program. There's a paving that is taking place in the area of SBLN. At the area of Isbelini, the agriculture-related one, where the district has built a food pack house there, where these rural farmers, emerging farmers, will be able to grow vegetables and take them to that food pack house. The pack house is at 99%, complete. We are currently constructing a fertilizer blending plant, there, where we are going to, produce fertilizer and supply to all the agricultural, crop production farmers in the district. I'm talking about assets that are there. These strategic assets are in the area of Esbelin, and the people who are benefiting there are the people of Esbelin. I think I must just pause there. I must also indicate as well that the rural farmers, we were also supported by the district with the RAMs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, are you covered? Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, I would plead with you. There is a crisis in terms of water, as Berlin, Nagomlungis. I was there even last week on. If you can come closer to those things in the same way about Kreidong, Mikhosdal. I had a constituency office there in 2016. There are issues, perennial issues in relation to water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On the can you please take us along as whether you were the CFO of Enoch Mukijimi when Leslie Town Stadium was constructed? And if you were, who else is part of his of your current employer who has also participated to the process of that tender? And on the side of the executive mayor, there were some recommendations in terms of the public protector. Can you also take us along as to what have you done in terms of those recommendations of the public protector, and who was on the recommendations of public protector?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, I was the Chief Financial Officer of Inokim Kijeme at that time, where I was the Chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee member that awarded, some work to, the service provider, who later terminated, their services. They started in a space of 2 months, they terminated, their services. But as the mayor indicated, both Inokim Kijima, they've taken the matter to judicial review. That is the report of the public protector. Myself as well, I have taken the matter to the review because I disagree with the findings. There's a lot of distortions and a number of procedural issues that were not followed to the letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we've answered that, Chair, because it's the same thing, that the matter is sub judice. The Inokum Kijima took the matter for a judicial review. Then it held all of us in terms of implementing the remedial actions of public protector. So we are a judicial review. Then it held all of us in terms of implementing the remedial actions of public protector. So we are await for a process. We will process it when the report comes in terms of judicial review. Thank you very much, Chair.
In fact, just to add on what the executive mayor is indicating, the report of the public protector and noted the fact that it was reported that the officials involved in Inokum Kijima have taken the matter to judicial review, and the council said we must await that which may come as an outcome of that process. After that, we will see as council what do we do.
The contract was issued and it was.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The contract was issued and it was the protector then says we must try and claim back the money and then take action on the individuals. Now, who took the matter to court? Officials and the public representatives. I just want to be clear who is the one. In other words, is the council decision about it, and what is the council decision? Because I'm trying to understand a council decision that would want to take a matter for review when they actually lost the money. So I'm just wanting you to separate it so that we understand what is what here.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the session and the Chairperson. Chair, the Inokum Kijima as a entity, not Krisan, as a municipality, I think is on the list of municipalities that are called to answer here. But that municipality called Inokum Kijima took the matter for a judicial review. Then us as the district municipality.
So the money to recover belongs to Krisani.
No, Inokum Kijim.
Sorry, it belongs to Inokum Kijim.
Yes.
That's what the public protector say, you must go and get your money back.
Yes.
And they say, no. We're not going to get our money back. We're taking this matter to court.
Yes.
As a council.
Yes. Then Tina, as a district municipality, public protector wrote to us to say our 2 officials are implicated. We said to the public, we wrote back to public protector, we took that matter to council, we wrote back to public protector and said, this matter is a matter of Inokom Gijima. There is still a process onto it. Then UMM wrote to us to say, myself as an alleged individual, I took the matter also for a judicial review. Now we are waiting for that process. It is the MM now of Krisani as an individual that is implicated at Inokom Gijima when he was a CFO of Inokom Gijima. Now is an MM of Krisani. That's the quagmire on the mat, but we are trying to handle it. But it is the Inokom Gijima that took that matter to their council and agree on the modalities of taking it to the judicial review. We don't know the reasons, but Tina, after public protector wrote to us, I wrote to MM to make a representation. He wrote to me as a mayor, I took that to council so that we followed the process to the latter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, so just for my understanding, this current MM was the CFO.
Yes.
And as an individual has taken the matter to court. And okay, then what is the issue with the mayor? The mayor has not moved on the matter because the MM says, I'm taking the matter to court. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the Inokom Gijima has not yet finalized the matter. That's the reasoning to us because it's still a matter that is sub judice. Then we are to await for a process that will be completed in terms of Inokom Gijima municipality. This matter is twofold. MM took that matter to court for a judicial review.
You know, Chair, just a follow-up, because now there is this matter that is problematic. Before you employed the city manager or the MM, was the matter declared to council before actually you employed the MM? Or maybe when you employed the MM, you were not aware about this matter? Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The MM was employed by the institution in 2020, yes. Then the matter came up in 2022. There was not that matter in that time. He was employed as a MM. It came up on the investigation by the public protector after there were issues that were flagged about the sport field of Inokom Gijima. So there was no reason for that because MM was employed by 2020 by the institution.
Honorable Ndamase.
I think we must caution Speaker. The Speaker has made utterances that says, we are satisfied as far as Krisani about these officials. If I am quoting him correctly, he must not be quick to be satisfied because of the position that he occupies. Secondly, I think we must also get a documented account of this matter because we will still raise this matter with the Inokom Gijima so that we can have a follow-up that is documented in terms of what is contained in the whole matter. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I will now give the MEC for comment. If you don't, then we can reserve your comment to the end of the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there's nothing much to say except to indicate that the municipality indeed we are supporting together with Treasury. In fact, when they had struggles with unfunded budget, we could intervene both with Treasury and work with them not to get into that situation. And as such, this financial year, they have begun to move towards the right direction. We have also, because we are cited in the report of the public protector, so we did write to them. I did write to the mayor to say the public protector requires you to act on the officials that was identified in the report. So you have to do the work as such. On all other issues, Chair, I think they've fairly responded to them, but we really want them to get out of the qualification status to move towards unqualified, because this is a high capacity municipality. We can't expect them to be toiling in the qualified band. So, Chair, thank you very much on that score.
No, thank you. Let me request that the mayor favors this committee with a legal opinion that made him take the decision. There are two people who have been asked to act. There was action to the MM, and the MM says, I'm taking the matter to court. To the extent that he's personally affected, I'd like to step out of that. But to the extent to which you are the official of the municipality who's been instructed by the public protector, you should then have a legal opinion which you want to share with us that says that in fact you can't proceed. And so that's what we're requesting from you. I don't know you could answer a public protector with what do you call common sense approach. I think you are dealing with a very serious issue. There are decisions about public protectors, recommendations, remedial actions as being enforceable, which the officials of government should be able to respect. If there was a contrary view, then there should be a legal opinion that you're going to share with us that made you decide otherwise. If the public protector raises a matter, then there should at least be a legal opinion on the basis of which you would say, well, here's my opinion that says I can't. If there isn't such, it's a bit problematic for us. So would you be able to share that with us? Mayor? Sorry? They are, just wait a bit. Okay, the issue is the public protector has raised issues about two people. The first person is the municipal manager in his role as the CFO. The CFO, who's now the municipal manager, has decided to take the matter for judicial review as a person, because it does not involve the role of the MM and council, it's a matter that belongs previously. So he then decides to take the matter for judicial review, and his response is, I'm not acting until I got judicial review. That's what the MM is saying. Then I'm saying the mayor is not the MM. He's been cited, he's been instructed by remedial action of the public protector. And mayor must share with us the legal opinion. And I'm saying, because the remedial actions of the public protector common sense. You can't, it looks like. You have to say, this is what the instruction is, this is the legal opinion, because this is now a matter that is almost equal to a judgment, kind of. That's what I'm requesting, that he should share with us that report, that legal opinion that made him to decide the way he did. I'm not asking what the MM is saying, because the MM is directly involved and has taken the matter themselves to court. But the mayor is a separate office, and that's really what I'm trying to make a distinction on. Okay.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our meeting. Thank you. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our meeting. Provincial COGTA, and we need to get them in our I'm summarizing. Yeah, I had just had engagement with them. Can you?
No, let me greet everybody. You know the reason why I have interacted with the chair that let us not engage with this municipality, because we are meeting them on the 15th, which is Wednesday next week. So what then this has helped us with is to identify gaps maybe on issues that we would probe further, but also based on the template that we gave them. So we're going to, it would be redundancy and be unfair to the process itself, because we are still to interact and grill them. That would also be in conjunction with the role that the MEC has played as an executive authority over the problems of the district. Thank you.
So, colleagues, what is going to happen? Within 3 months, we're expecting that legal opinion that the chair has just spoke about. It must come to our committee. Has just spoke about. It must come to our committee. By AG on mayor and MPEC, it says that your intervention on revenue, VAT and water distribution and that revenue enhancement strategy must also to resolve the matter, including the officials assisting municipalities to claim for VAT. We also consulted. The intention was to have so that the municipality can do that services in-house. So you must also give us a background and a history of the consultant that you have used. Since when have you used those consultants? And in terms of the skills transfer, what is your plan going forward? And on the issue of water loss, we need you to also give us your plan in preventing the water loss. And on the side of the accounting officer, the AG also raised a concern about the accounting officer not being able to address the challenge. Also need a plan on how are you going to put internal control in place from now on going forward. We also need a review, and all of this must be submitted to a plan on how are you going to put internal control in place from now on going forward. We also need a review, and all of this must be submitted to a report on the stadium, as the chair has alluded to it. And that's for now, that's all that we need. We must also not forget it so that you can remain in, we must also not forget it so that you can remain in, we must also not forget it so that you can remain in order for you to improve, it means that you'll have to have a post-audit plan that will be able to address the issues of material irregularities. And on that matter, we're expecting you to also give us a strategy on how are you going to beef up your MPEC, because MPEC plays a critical role in ensuring that you improve your audit outcomes. Thank you so much, colleagues. We have now come to the end of our session with you. So we are going to have a 5-minute
I'm fine. I'm fine.
And people are passing by, so you can't go into I say this is a very useless municipality. How on earth can you dig out a tar road and put in a gravel? Embarrassing. Everybody, that's what they did. Just before we finish, you need to hear me out. It's not funny. Type of tone. It's not funny. I don't know whether it was. We live in a democratic society as much as yes, we know that we've done it in the past. And right now, we live in a democratic society where we have to live together. So as much as my people can't be here now where you can't, you're dividing the house. But these are your colleagues. So it was it's not this. It's not funny. And to be honest, those are the only comments now you can say of substance. And these are the people that are supposed to lead. That's enough.
in those matters. Hence, we are having the MEC of COGTA as part of ESCO, because what we want is that after this engagement, there must be a way forward that will come with a realistic turnaround strategy to our municipalities. As we also know that Magana is one of the municipalities of interest based on the challenges that you are having as municipality. You are one municipality which is a great offender in terms of the disclaimer. You adopt unfunded budget. You are also one of municipalities that are financially distressed. So if you are financially distressed, it simply means that there are challenges in terms of service delivery. And if you have adopted unfunded budget, it simply means that the budget that you are having is not realistic because you have planned for something that you cannot afford. So this platform serves as a platform where we are saying, tell us what is your problem and how do we resolve those problems. But as much as you are going to tell us your challenges, we are also expecting you to tell us about consequence management on the things that have happened in the past so that we can move forward. You can tell us about your post-audit plans. Yes, we are happy, that's what we want to know. But before you come with that post-audit action plan, what have you done with the challenges that you had encountered earlier? Is there any consequence management? If there's consequence management, who are the people who committed some of the challenges? What have you done with those people as the municipality? That's what we want to know. Because accountability should be the order of the day in order to turn around our municipalities. So as the delegation will not be introducing ourselves, what we'll rather do is that as and when we engage with municipality, we'll introduce ourselves. The leader of delegation is Dr. Zwelim Kize, who's the chairperson of the committee, and I will be assisting in chairing this session. My name is Dikiledi Direko. And on the side of the province, they are here because they are part of our oversight. What they will do, they will not be engaging with you, but rather noting some of the things, because at the end of the session, there will be matters that will flag, and we will then refer those matters to the portfolio committees in the province, where they will have to follow up on those matters and report to us in Parliament within 3 months. So that's how the engagement are going to be. So now we're going to give to the executive mayor and the team to introduce yourself and give us the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Greetings to you, greetings to the chairperson, to all honorable members.
To introduce yourself and give us the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Greetings to you, greetings to the chairperson, to all honorable members. The committee, greetings to the Provincial Committee led by Honorable Konza, greetings to MECs that are present here, Department of Mayor of Magana Local Municipality. I am here with our Honorable Speaker, Councillor Mthutuzelo Matyumza. On my right, I have the Municipal Manager, Mr. Phumelele Kate. Next to the Speaker is Ms. Nomfundo Tsangani, our Chief Financial Officer. Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the platform given to us to present our case. Magana Local Municipality is a Category B municipality, approximately halfway between East London and Port Elizabeth. That forms part of 7 local municipalities in the district of Sarabatman. The municipality is formed out of these following towns or areas. It's Makhanda, which is formerly known as Grahamstown, Alisdale, Salem, Rubik East, 7 Fountains, Fort Brown, Sidbury, Farms, mainly flats, Callas Bridge. Imakana municipality, having a Makhanda as a capital town, is famously known as one of the leading in the cultural and educational activities, and also tourist centers, and host the National Arts Festival in South Africa. Makhanda is also a home to Rhodes University and other private schools that are recognized internationally.
Please put the mic closer to your mouth so that the translation can also hear what you are saying. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, we are a council that consists of 27 councillors, split along 14 ward councillors and 13 proportionally elected councillors. Mayoral committee and standing committee meetings are convened accordingly and according to the adopted council schedule of meetings. The Municipal Public Finance, your Public Accounts Committee sits regularly and it submits its reports to a council. Audit and Performance Committee is also functional and sits its meetings and reports to council. Risk Management Committee meetings are also convened as per their schedule and submit reports to council. On our administration, Honorable Chair, senior management, we have a municipal manager, a chief financial officer, a director corporate, a director engineering and infrastructure, which has become a vacant post since the 1st of October now. Director Public Safety and Community Services, Director Local Economic Development, and all senior management have a minimum competence as required. Honorable Chair, we are a municipality that is under 139 5B intervention, FRP. Municipality this FRP was introduced to the municipality in June 2021 and was reviewed in 2024 November. The reviewed FRP was presented and approved by Council on the 14th of March 2025 with recommendations from National Treasury. The municipality achieved an overall performance of 65% as at August 2025. In terms of the current FRP, the municipality is still at the rescue phase. The municipality has committed to improve the implementation of the FRP by moving out of the rescue phase by the end of this financial year. Honorable Chair, Imagana has been receiving a disclaimer opinion for several consecutive years, and reasons being on findings, one of the findings, material findings, in compliance with legislation. Root causes for that are unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified in prior years that was not always investigated to determine if the person was liable for the expenditure. That was that appeared in all years, interventions or what we are doing and have done as the municipality in addressing that. Municipality has adopted a UIF and W expenditure strategy, and it was approved by council during 2023 financial year. The MPEG committee was then resuscitated as the committee was not sitting to carry out its mandate. Since the interventions, the MPEG committee has been sitting monthly with the assistance from the internal audit to investigate previous and current UIF and W expenditure and implementation of both internal and age recommendations. The second root cause is that there was a lack of implementation of consequence management by the oversight structures within the municipality. So in addressing that, the municipality has then appointed the disciplinary board during November 2023 to carry out investigations approved by the council. To date, 5 cases are under investigation by the committee. Another root cause is slow implementation of internal audit and audit committee recommendations. Our intervention on that is AG findings have since been included in the SDB-IP of the municipality to enforce accountability and proper monitoring. Another root cause is an audit action plan that was developed, however, not effectively implemented and monitored. So since then the AG action plan was developed and it is a standing item in on the senior management committee meetings and submitted to council, the performance of AG action plan is being also reported to the audit committee on a quarterly basis. Another root cause on material findings performance report, Chair, now is the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified in prior years that was always not investigated. Also, and I think I'm repeating the same. Another finding was on significant internal control deficiencies, financial records, and financial statements. Root cause for that, there was no adequate processes for the preparation, review, and the reconciliation of the underlying supporting schedules and records utilized to support the financial statements. So as the municipality, we have implemented daily and monthly financial controls to ensure that the 2024-2025 financial statements were supported by accurate and complete underlying records. These controls included the following: preparation of the monthly reconciliation for all the components of the AFS and are being reviewed by the senior personnel. Second one, during the processes of the AFS preparations, various reviews on the AFS information were conducted by the external stakeholders, your National Treasury COGTA, to ensure accuracy and completeness of the information. Another root cause is inadequate resourcing and capacity constraints within the key directorates. The municipality, in addressing that, the critical vacant positions within the key directorate have been filled. Your revenue manager, supply chain manager, senior accountant for AFS, of which these are posts that were vacant for quite some time. Immaterial irregularities harm to the general public. The actual root causes on that one were non-functional wastewater treatment works, as majority were assessed and critical and material irregular on the Mayfield wastewater treatment works and Grahamstown landfill site. So in addressing that non-functional wastewater treatment works and landfill site, the plant is still vandalized and dysfunctional. Only manual screening that is taking place. A feasibility study to refurbish and upgrade the plant has been done. The feasibility study has been submitted to the Department of COGTA to source funds. Also, the landfill site, on the landfill site still, we have implemented some actions. In fact, in the landfill site for the past years, we have received a court order that was instructing us to comply because we are not complying when it comes to landfill site. Then we are now guided by the court to comply. After that, the council resolved to appoint a service provider to take care of the landfill site. But after the contractors came to an end and we realized that it is taking too much money and even now the costs have increased, we then agreed, the council took a decision to in-house the work of the landfill site so that it can save money. And indeed, according to the requirements of compliance in that landfill site, it is compliant because we have managed through the savings to procure a bulldozer from our own money, and we have fenced the landfill site now up to and all the gaps that were there, houses for guards, and we have received support from Polico that is assisting us with even waste collectors, and all the gaps that were there have been addressed, and some are still in the process of being addressed. So it's a work in progress. However, we are compliant with the court order. Wastewater works, the Mayfield, as I have said, that it was vandalized and it's still not functional. That leaves us with wastewater treatment works. Now, the appeal for funding was also submitted to National Treasury. No success has been made yet in terms of acquiring funds to refurbish the treatment works. On service delivery, bulk infrastructure, Imakana is challenged with bulk infrastructure on 4 areas: water, sanitation, roads, and electricity. On water, currently, Imakana is having 2 water plants that is servicing our communities. You have Ibothas Hill that is getting water direct from EJK. EJK is the one that we have received the intervention on from Udwis, where it was extending the capacity from 10 to 20 megaliters. Even though it is not yet pumping the 20 megaliters, it is giving us 13 megaliters due to the 3rd pump not being available, but we'll be getting that pump in November. But still, the water that we're getting from the 13 megaliters are still enough. So EJK is providing Ibothas Hill that is providing the eastern side of the community of Makanda and some parts in the CBD. And the other one is Vinek. Vinek is getting water from the small dams that were built by the municipality, House and Sport, Imilna, and HMC. How those dams at times do experience some challenges and it route, but the manner that EJK is built, it is built in such a way that it is also able to support Vinek when there are challenges from those dams. So Vinek is providing the western side of the municipality. Current status on water now. With the intervention of the upgrading of JK, we do have water. There is enough water in terms of a bulk. However, we have a challenge on the eastern side of reticulation, where we have to take water from them to the households. Problem there is our bulk infrastructure that has aged. So every day there is a major burst that demands or forces us to close our water and attend to it. And that area of the eastern side is getting water intermittently and on a daily basis, but we just open in the morning and in the afternoon, water will be shut down so that it can generate more water for the pressure to be enough to reach the high-lying areas in the eastern side. So that is the current status now. Eastern side is getting water on a daily basis, but we switch off in the evening. Western side, our water is open 24/7. However, you have those high-lying areas that do not have, that will be challenged in terms of getting water, that won't get water. And in some instances, you'll have a major burst that will demand us to close, and it takes time to attend to those, as we have to go out to get a material because we still have asbestos pipe on our system. So those are the challenges, and even though we're saying there is a provision of water is on a daily basis, but you will still have those houses that will be households that will be affected by that. But what we have done as the municipality was to isolate, which is still ongoing, isolate our valves so that when there are major pipe bursts, they don't affect the whole area. It will be certain streets that will be affected, those that are close to the to the pipe burst, so that others can receive water. So that's what we're doing, and it has it's yielding positive results in some areas, because now you will have a major pipe burst, but it will affect few streets, not the whole area. So those are the challenges that we're having on water. And also on bulk infrastructure, we have.
The Executive Mayor, you have 2 minutes to wrap up. I gave you more than 18 minutes.
Your acting chair, I'm not even in half of my presentation. The problem is that Makana is having so many challenges and is one of the problematic municipalities in the province. But I don't know how to deal with this presentation, but yeah, those are the issues that we have on water. There is water, but the problem is reticulation, and it needs resources. As the municipality, we are doing all we can, even replacing some asbestos pipes. However, it needs serious support financially that we do not have as the municipality. But there is work that is currently taking place on the replacement of bulk infrastructure. We are on phase 3 now to replace asbestos pipes. Also, when you go to sanitation, we have 2 wastewater treatment plants. Those 2 wastewater treatment plants, one is functional and the other one is one is functional and one is functional, but even though it is functional in Belmont, it is still working over capacity because of the pressure that it is getting of not having Mayfield not being in a good.
The Executive Mayor, let's try to summarize it in a way. You just say maybe on infrastructure, these are the 2 challenges, this is our approach. On consequence management, these are the issues, this is the approach. So let's just divide it like that. Don't go to the proposal, the presentation. Let's rather say on finance, these are the challenges that we raised. This is what we are addressing, and consequence management is this one. On infrastructure, we have this challenge. This is our plan, and at least on HR, just summarize it in that way.
Okay.
I'm going to give you extra 4 minutes for that.
Thank you, Acting Chair. On bulk or on sanitation, so it's that challenge of one wastewater treatment plant that is not working. We only have one that is even still is working over capacity, though there is work that is being done of refurbishing the actual capacity that is there, but it is meant for it to flow properly and not deal with the over capacity issue. On roads of Makana, almost all our roads are in a very bad state. We have a backlog on roads. Though there is much work that is being done, we received support from our provincial government. Our Department of Transport in the province has supported us in some few streets. Premier initiated with Sanral so that we can get 10 kilometers that was shared in different streets, and also currently the small towns revitalization program is also dealing with some roads in the CBD, and internally as our municipality through our MIG, we have also dealt with some roads. However, that is just a drop in the ocean because of the current status of roads in the municipality across that is very bad. Even in Rubik East, there are some interventions. And then we go to electricity problem that we're faced with over and above having our images being old, but we are faced with the issue of vandalism. We are faced with the issue of vandalism there, where almost every day you are experiencing our substations being vandalized, cables, networks are stolen, everything because of this COPA. However, as the municipality, we are engaging with our stakeholders, your subs, engaging community, because that is a societal matter. So we are trying to address that one, but also the small town revitalization program is also aimed at assisting on the issue of electricity bulk and the renewable energy. Then we go to a DC board. Makana municipality does have a DC board. A DC board that is functional, and as I've said, that there are cases that have been brought on that attention. I have talked on EUIF and wasteful expenditure. I think let me not go deeper because the presentation that is in front of me is detailed. Let me just skip that one and go to consequence management. Consequence management, the municipality has applied to consequence management in the Director of Engineering Services, who was dismissed for misconduct after the commencement and conclusion of internal disciplinary disciplinary processes. Municipality has also taken serious the poor performance. It has started the process of holding accounting officer accountable, and investigation was instituted, and in this regard a report is yet to be tabled to council. Consequence management process are being instituted for the lack of cooperation with AG audit processes. To all directors and managers. Consequence management policy has been developed and approved by a council in dealing with that. I'm not going to go to finance SCM, just try to move on achieved milestone. Just quickly on that one, since we have started, we are coming from a situation where we were not paying our creditors, and that has since been an issue of history now. We are servicing our creditor, and even locally, no service providers had a trust with the municipality. They wanted upfront payments before everything else happens, but that has since no longer the case. So we are saving a lot from since 2023-2024 financial year, we had the debt collector, service providers that we're using, which was we were paying 2.6 million, and we have done away with that. We are doing that in-house. Now we have saved 2.6. On prepaid vending system, we have saved about 1.4 million. On Unisoft system for budget, we have saved about 1.2 million because we are no longer outsourcing that work. On landfill side, since we have stopped the outsourcing and we're doing that in-house, we have saved 6.7 million, hence we're able to announce. And over time, when we started, overtime was taking the municipality 13.2 million per annum. But now we have saved about 9 million because the issue of overtime is no longer a case in the Magana municipality. So, Chair, I'm just now. It has. Chair. Interventions, just on interventions, we're a municipality that is getting a lot of interventions, a lot of support from our provincial government, I must say. You'll remember that we used to have our monies taken away because of poor performance on expenditure, but that is no longer the case now through the support of our provincial COGTA, MEC, and also the support from the offices of the Premier and all the support that has made us to get where we are today. Is because of the support from the provincial government and the recent support from our Deputy Minister, which we are yet to yield results on. And the difference between this support and the previous support is that these ones have a serious monitoring, close monitoring, where committees of all streams are sitting and monitoring the support.
Thank you. I will now allow members to ask questions, but with Makana, the provincial government will also, the provincial committee will also engage on the discussion because it's not part of the municipalities that they are going to meet next week. However, I'm going to limit time because we are operating in an extremely limited time. We'll start with Honorable Lebuskachne. We have 3 minutes each.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, how much of what is the percentage of your budget that you spend on maintenance? Infrastructure maintenance, sorry. I would like to know if there are any councillors and or officials that owns the municipality money. I would like to know if you paid performance bonuses over the past 3 years. And if you did, to whom? I would like to know, did you undertake any overseas trips in the past 3 years? And then I would like to know if you have, if your impact and your, is that in place and is it functional? And do you have a disciplinary board that is in place and functional? And has any investigations been done on unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the past 3 years? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chair. We do know that you've had disclaimers for more than 5 years. And if I heard the Mayor correctly, the Mayor said earlier that all the managers and senior managers, or the MM and the senior managers, are basic incompetency. I don't know if I misheard you and if you actually did say that, because that would explain quite a bit. And if that has got concurrence from the MEC, it would be good to know that. Mayor, you keep on talking about support. You have no support, and I'm assuming it's financial because you are saying aging infrastructure, etc., etc. You have quite a big base where you can collect revenue. You've got the court, you've got the university, you've got big business, you've got lots of residents. But I'm assuming, and you can correct me, that your billing is incorrect and that there's no trust with the community in your institution as the municipality. Something that was neglected to say is the SA Human Rights Commission that's been with you for twice in the last 1 year. And the directives has been ignored. And we all saw that on the news, unless you want to dispute and tell us something different here today. On water, how many water pumps, reservoirs and pipelines are currently non-functional, and what are the individual repair timelines and budgets? On wastewater and sanitation, why does raw sewage still flow through the Makanda streets and rivers despite multiple SA Human Rights Commission and DWS directives, and which officials have been disciplined for allowing this? Because it's not a new thing, and it's been ongoing for quite some time. On infrastructure, with millions in MIG funding, why are critical infrastructure projects either incomplete or collapsing? What consequence management has been enforced against contractors or officials responsible for this? Because surely, Mayor, you are the head of this institution along with the municipal manager. Then another thing you said, Mayor, you said something about the court order and the landfill sites, and that because of the court order, you outsourced the landfill site issue and it was going well. And then you said it was too expensive. And then you went on to say that you, very proudly so, that you have been able to buy a bulldozer. Mayor, that's your responsibility, that's your job. I'm sure you've got a directorate in community services. I'm sure you've got staff in community services. We cannot, unfortunately, praise a fish for swimming. And that's what it feels like here today. Then, given the SA Human Rights Commission's finding that Makana is violating residents' rights to water, dignity and a clean environment, what concrete and time-bound plan exists to restore full compliance, or will you wait to be placed under Section 139 and be dissolved again? Thank you, Chair.
Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. The one point that you mentioned, Mayor, is that you need serious support financially. I don't know, it might be helpful to quantify that help. Secondly, I see that I didn't hear anything about the turnaround plan for this situation and the time frame. I didn't hear anything about that. Then I also just want to ask, in terms based on your 10 years in office and 5 years in a row, it's just really quite depressing because we are finding so many municipalities where you have wrote out that if it was a private company, it would have shut down, or people who are in the positions would have been flushed out. But now for 5 years in a row, you find repetition. Even now, since being here in the Eastern Cape, let alone other provinces, we've experienced that again. Then also, if you could just share with us, I think you touched on that, have you paid any bonuses? I didn't hear that. And then it's a bit encouraging when you say, having it at the back of your mind, the 5 years that you say that, where this has been persisting. But when you say we have now started having support, I would like to know, when did that support start? Because really, if you look at municipalities, same as yours, there are so many levels at which ideally you should be having support. Is COGTA, is Treasury, is the province. So really, I just would like to know, when did that support start? You are saying you now have support, but if over 5 years there is been consistency of such results that we see. When did it start? And which one of these I've just mentioned, is it just the MEC? And what about the other, the Treasury, the SALGA, and all that in terms of the support? And then last but not least, I didn't hear also the percentage of salary. What is the percentage of the salary? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I want to check quickly before I start asking questions. How long has been this administration that is before the committee? How long have you been with the municipality? All of you.
Can you please respond only to that question?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have been with the institution since 2021, Speaker since 2021 November. CFO started in 2022 July. Yeah, 2022. UMM started in 2022 or November.
Thank you.
So technically, you are responsible. Whether are they aware or do they know what they need to do to change it? Because from where I see, whether are they aware or do they know what they need to do to change it? Because from where I see, whether are they aware or do they know what they need to do to change it? Because from where I see, whether are they aware or do they know what they need to do to change it? Because from where I see, you don't know what needs to be done to change this. Is the municipality under administration from COGTA? Because it looks like you guys, it looks like the management has failed. There's no accounting records that are kept in the municipality. That is why you are getting I set on electricity as per the requirements of Municipal Systems Act. There were no KPIs set. There was not even one target that was met. You were targeting 100 as your own target. None was built in 2023, 2024. That's a report from AG. Are you paying salaries on time? Are you paying pension fund? Are you paying SARS? Are you paying AG? Are you collecting your debtors? How long do you take to collect your debtors? Are you paying creditors within 30 days? Are you investigating your FWE who has been held accountable? Accounting Officer, what have you done to prevent UIFWE from occurring as per the requirements of MFMA? Mayor, what does the MM say when they deliver this disclaimer audit opinion to you? What does the MM say to you as an accounting office? Because the MM is solely responsible for this performance. Do you have KPIs amongst your executive management? What has been the performance of the executive management? what have been the management scoring on their scorecards when you do performance reviews? Do you do performance reviews? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mteto.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Makanda, my understanding, it's one of the spiritual diviners of the Eastern Cape as a native in that town in 1812. What have you done to restore the legacy of the natives? Because Grahamstown was a military general after whom the town was named after as a military post. But they found the natives there. The reason I'm asking this, as this COGTA, we are also responsible for Amakos. What is the Amakos's existence spread in there, and how much are we doing to gravitate towards the direction of the restoration of the traditional leadership institution, wherein, as a municipality, you've got municipal bylaws which you can pass in council to engage Amakosi to participate in the municipal space using the framework of Chapter 12, which speaks about the role of traditional leaders, the recognition of traditional leaders, of which Umakanda is an example, after whom this municipality is named after. So if we can be able to be taken into that confidence. And furthermore, I needed to understand now what is the racial demographic in terms of the people of Makanda and others, Amanya Makosi, so that we can understand as to the backwardness, the injustice that was committed by Graham, the military, the British. The problems you are having, they date back to that time, which means the focus of the municipality must see to it that you focus on the previously disadvantaged by the history that you are having. So which means you have a right to decide as council to direct development in the direction of Amakos, because you understand the historical context of the town. But other than that, the economic landscape, it must be such that it is also demographic parity, meaning look at the percentage existence of your citizens and ensure that equitable share of development goes into the larger population of your people. But if you have issues of economy, then you must say so, that the economy is a factor that is making you not to be able to spread the help to the majority people in your municipal space. So take us into that confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll then come to the side of the province. I want all of us to ask questions so that when municipality responds, then respond to all our questions.
The House. Mine, I've got two issues with regard on page 17, whereby is written institutional stability. Then my concern will be the stability that is interpersonal relations, that is employer-employee relations, of which regarding employer-employee relations, which I think is crucial for the development of economy of each municipality. And then the second issue is the performance management development system, of which I think it has already been raised with an emphasis that we would like to hear if you have get bonuses out of the PMDSs, that you are doing as a measurement of your performance. I thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chantal King from the Legislature side. I just want to find out from the financial recovery plan, you mentioned that you're still in the rescue phase. Do you foresee within the next 2 financial years that you will be moving out of the recovery stages of the financial recovery plan? Also, how confident are you that in the next financial year that you would at least have moved out of a disclaimer? I mean, being 5 years, having disclaimers, you must understand that we do not really have the confidence. Should you not move out of a disclaimer, do you really feel that you are supposed to be in the seats that you are in? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in relation to this, I think what we would like to stress as the COGTA Portfolio Committee is that after we had interacted with this municipality in April, May, I think it was in May with them, what we want to comment on, it is a comment, is around what we raised in that session, that there should be an multidisciplinary team from both the office of, led by the Office of the Premier, that would start to intervene on the problems that are faced by Makana specifically. And out of that, we also identified that the Provincial Treasury, together with COGTA, then directed by the Premier, because we're saying that this matter seems to be more than what the COGTA has been trying to do. Now the Premier has to get in. We want to appreciate as the committee the sort of strengthening of that intervention. Because from that interaction, there has been more engagements that we have been getting a report from the MEC together with the Office of the Premier and that of the Treasury in ensuring that something is done there. But also want to appreciate the intervention of COGTA nationally. Because on the day or on the week that we met with them, there was to be an interaction that was to be there between Provincial Treasury and COGTA. And then after that, it was followed by one that had national COGTA as well. We want to appreciate that because we believe that this problem of Makana, just similar to that of Sunday's River, because our sort of proposals were similar when it comes to Sunday's River as well, that these municipalities need to be babysat in the form of support and also in the form of interventions and support. Now we see that there are also pumps that have been bought after that is infrastructural pumps, in order to deal with the issue of water that was also frustrating us. We are also noting that with concern the eastern part of Makana, that we feel that there should be MEC concentrated efforts now to deal with that part of Makana, because with the west there is an improvement that has been there, because there is a lot of dissatisfaction with the Makanda communities around water. And also there had been problems around infrastructure. So the fleet interventions that we see there, the firework trucks and everything that is there, we appreciate that. But we feel that it is not enough because the more injection needs to be done there. So we wanted to note that. On the side of consequence management, this was another issue, Chairperson. We appreciate, we are noting the fact that the person that was the manager for engineering, there had been something that had been done there. And to us, that is one of the issues that was concerning us around the issues of infrastructure development and some of the mishaps that had happened there. I think that we are noting that there is a progress in that, but we feel that a lot more needs to be done on the issue of consequence management. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor and the team, while you respond to that, can you please also respond to an article that was published on the 80th to the 14th of August by Daily Maverick that speaks about a missing Magana water pump is found on a factory floor in Benoni. Can you please also take us along on that?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll request the Chief Financial Officers to start, then OMM will come after him. Speaker and myself will then.
And you have
their salaries, and if anyone leaves the employ of the municipality before we pay and their take homes. So we had to then make a sitting at 2%, Honorable Chair, far below the norm. We know that we need to increase that percentage. By the municipality. The investigations are done on PEC, and as presented, I think on slide the support base, yes, the support from National Treasury Chairperson where Magana received a and we are installing both smart electricity meters and water meters, which is now addressing the issues of our estimate. Its projects. The one project that has taken long, but it's also being completed, was the Oval Stadium. Otherwise, our projects are done and are being completed. We do not have any long outstanding projects that have not been completed. In terms of our salary percentage, we are sitting at 29% of the chairperson, the accounting records. The chairperson, the accounting records. The chairperson, the accounting records. SCM documents, expenditure documents. The issue were differences between our TB, AFS, and schedules, accounting schedules, which has since been attended to a chairperson. It is not that the municipality does not have financial records. With even some old records, we've managed to go back to 2019-2020, but what we cannot still get is documents relating to 2016-2017. That's what we cannot then get at the municipality. The municipality, I think there is a slide, chairperson, that is talking to the municipality that we have since moved from an era of not being able to pay third parties. Imagana has improved on that, in that Magana pays its salaries on a monthly basis. We are paying AG, we are paying ESCOM, we are paying SARS, and all related creditors. We are paying our third parties on time, chairperson. I think I would end there. The collection rate, chairperson, from 2023-24, we're sitting at 58%. In the last financial year, we've improved to 69%. We are still not at the 95% norm, but with the injection of our electricity and water smart meters, the municipality is bound to improve, chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again to the Honourable Chairperson and the Honourable members. Chair, just to cover some of the questions that have been raised, maybe let me start with the last point that was raised by the Chairperson on the missing water pump. Let me state clearly, Chair, that there has never been a missing pump in Makana. What happened in Makana in 2022, there was a tender that was issued to procure a pump set in June, and a service provider was appointed, but during the process of supposedly delivery, that could not happen. The problem started first and foremost by what has been cited here by the honourable member, that one of our senior managers was taken through the consequence management processes and was dismissed by council due to the advancement payment of 2.6 that was made without a proper due diligence and authorization. From there, the service provider could not deliver the pump. As the service provider was PSB, they had to appoint a manufacturer to manufacture, the pump set that we are talking about. Now, since 2022, the municipality has been struggling, to get the pump due to the relationship that has been broken down between the municipality and the service provider, because they could not deliver at the time in which they were expected to deliver. They were taken through the legal processes, and that did not yield any outcome. So all along, this pump set is sitting with the manufacturer, not because it's a pump set that has just gotten lost from the side of the municipality. But to cut due to time constraint, now we have entered, into a session with the manufacturer with a view of securing the delivery of that pump set. So we're about to conclude the payments with respect to that session, so that the municipality can get the pump set that we intended to get in 2022, just to clarify that point. Chair, most of the questions have been covered. The issue of the senior managers, that they are basic, no, that is not accurate, as we know that the issue of the senior managers, that they are basic, no, that is not accurate, as we know that those water reservoirs are located on the a low reservoir. It supplies intermediate as well as the green reservoir, which supplies purely roads university, a certain section of roads university. And then you'll have another 2 reservoirs located on the eastern side, the one that the executive mayor was making reference to, which is Bottas Hill, which is supplied by James Clay Nance water treatment plant. Then the reservoir will also supply a Tanki reservoir, which supplies some of the townships in the eastern side. All of them are functional. Of course, there are challenges with respect to certain components from time to time that we'll have to repair and maintain. As we know that the municipality will sometimes struggle with the budget for repairs and maintenance. The team that is developed, that is deployed in Makana from the Results Management Office of COGTA National is assisting the municipality to address some of the issues that have been raised here. For example, it is mandated under 3 phases to undertake a diagnosis, analysis or assessment of the municipality. That phase is ending or has come to an end at the end of September. They are ready with that report of diagnosis. Now it's a matter of arranging a session with the council so that they can make their presentation. Then the second phase that will follow there is capacity development and policy reforms that will flow from that diagnosis assessment. That will take about 12 months. And then the third phase will look at the issues of pilot projects and full-scale implementation. Now, phase 2 is also intended to assist the municipality to develop the turnaround strategy, some kind of a long-term turnaround strategy. Chair, without taking much of your time, the CFO has covered most of the questions. I've noted the issue of the traditional presence, in Makana. It's true that the municipality is very rich in heritage, culture, as well as education, as we know. Hence, we're taking pride in our annual event that is known as Makana Freedom Festival, the festival that honors the Battle of Grahamstown. It's part of those efforts that we are trying to put into the calendar of Makana for the community to recognize and appreciate and honor. But of course, through engagement with traditional housing or houses, it will help as well to enhance the efforts that we're putting in place. We're noting that, Honorable Member. Performance management system, yes, we do have a performance management system. The intention of the FRP as far as the municipality getting out of the rescue phase, as we indicated that currently we're sitting at a 65% performance. That performance is not analyzed and confirmed by the municipality. It is the provincial treasury that confirms what we claim that we have achieved. You know, so it's only provincial treasurer and national treasurer who can confirm that you are indeed at 65. So we believe that if we can make more improvements on that, we can get out of the rescue phase sooner than we anticipate. Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if I've left out certain. Yes, on the issue of the executive mayor has raised two critical areas that are always bringing the Mikana into the spotlight. Is the issue of service delivery around water and sanitation. As the mayor has indicated that as far as the bulk water, the system is stable. As far as the bulk water is concerned. Out of those two schemes, the James Kleinans water treatment works, as well as the Vinek water treatment, those are stable. Although we're saying the James Kleinans water treatment works is not producing water, you know, to the level optimally to reach the 20 megaliters a day, due to the fact that the pump set that are supposed to drive and achieve that 20 megaliters a day, the municipality does not have them all, because it's supposed to have 3 working and functional water pump sets running the James Kleinans at all times to reach the 20 megaliters. But now we're running only with 2. We're expecting the third one in November, because it's under repair. These are some of the old, challenges that the municipality has been experiencing, but we believe that we're going to achieve. Then on the sanitation, with respect to water leaks as well is a challenge in the municipality due to the aged, infrastructure. We normally, in fact, every other day we experience water burst pipes and so on. Same as applies as Isua spillage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the MMF partly covered some of the question, but I will just quickly focus on the question which was raised with respect to the performance of the municipality as far as the numbers that were given by the Honorable member, which says that the municipality is consecutively receiving a disclaimer. And I think part of the charges that we have put to the accounting officer is this disclaimer issue as part of the consequence management. I don't want to dwell on that. It is still subject to care in terms of the processes. We have put that the performance of the institution, the consistent disclaimer that we're receiving as a municipality is forming part of the charges that we have put against the municipal manager. On the matter regarding with the Makanda is indeed a historical town which was formed in 1812. That town was the second town in 1826, biggest town in the country. So indeed it has that history. But in terms of the demographics, the Africans, blacks, they constitute 70%, and the coloreds, they constitute 12%. And the whites, they constitute 11 to 12%. And the population of the city, as confirmed by Statistics SA in 2022, currently they are sitting on 97,812. That is the population of our city. Indeed, this is a town, in our view, which is the only town that has 70 declared national heritage sites. That is the only town in the province that actually have those sites. And I think on the MPEC, indeed the MPEC is functional. However, you can have MPEC sitting, but importantly is the investigation that they are doing, of which COGTA is assisting us a lot there in improving the capacity of the MPEC in executing their responsibility. I think that was one outstanding area which in our view that was needed. And I think COGTA COGTA is assisting us a lot there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me start on the issue of a court order on landfill site when we're excited about buying a bulldozer. That was just to show the positive impact that comes with us and how managing a landfill site in-house, where we have to quantify the financial support needed. We have plans in place and some supporting documents that will give the idea. I cannot be specific as to how much that is needed now, but we do have a report that talks to that. Yes, we are confident that we will get out of this disclaimer with the support that we have received. Treasury is on board, and also the support that we have received from LGCTA and SCAG, where we are having people that are on site assisting us on assets and some issues that were challenges that are the main causes for us getting a disclaimer. Remember, a disclaimer, these challenges that we are faced with that are making us to be disclaimed are issues of prior years coming way back. So now, especially assets has been a main challenge. So with that support that we are getting now, we are confident that we will get out of a disclaimer. And also we know what needs to be done in Makana, and where we are with how things are now, we are confident that with the intervention on smart meters, where we are able to increase our revenue collection, we'll be in a position to render our services. And also with us working towards changing the audit opinion, that also will put us in a better situation. So we are aware, and with all the work that we are doing, we are confident that we are heading to the right direction, and the lives of that institution will change. Relations between the employer and the employees, we have good relations. We don't have anything that we can say it's yes, there will be issues, but we always make sure that we attend to those issues. LLF sits accordingly, and also when there is a need for some engagements that takes place. I think I have tried to attend to respond to some questions. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. Again, in this whole session, nothing has come up of the Human Rights Commission. Mayor, the MM, no one has said anything about the Human Rights Commission. I'd like you to comment on that and say, in the 2 visits they've had in the 1 year, all the directives they've given you, what have you actually fixed or sorted out? Chair, again, in this whole session, nothing has come up of the Human Rights Commission. Mayor, the MM, no one has said anything about the Human Rights Commission. I'd like you to comment on that and say, in the 2 visits they've had in the 1 year, all the directives they've given you, what have you actually fixed or sorted out? Just give us examples of what has been successful after the 2 visits after the Human Rights Commission. Then, I don't know if it's the speaker, apologies, said the impact and the DC is working since 2022. There has been investigation, issues that is there. Only 1 person has been dismissed from that DC board and those impact investigations. And then just quickly on the infrastructure, I mean, it's collapsing. Makana's infrastructure is actually collapsing. I'm from the Eastern Cape. I do know this. We've got a plan to turn around the dire situation that the residents in Makana intermittent and not there. Have you got an actual turnaround plan? What is the time frame for that plan? And I'm not confident. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Just a moment. Honorable member. Yeah. No, you can go. Follow up.
Yes. I forgot to mention that Umakanda was actually taken to Robben Island and he died there. So that is one of the heritage historical issue, the link between Robben Island and Makanda, which is a cultural heritage route that must be established so that the heritage, the history of the town should not be viewed as if it is devoid of what happened in Robben Island. Is one of Amako's that actually died there. So you need to do something about that. It's critical too. I wanted to ask the issue of land. The British, they've done a lot of damage into one of the frontier wars that were fought between the British and the natives there were exactly in Grahamstown. Now, I am interested to see, after they established and they settled in Grahamstown, what is the restorative agenda in terms of the land, returning to the natives, or you are maintaining the status quo? And amongst those heritage sites...
As you wrap up.
Okay, and amongst those 70 heritage sites, I'm interested, how many are of native descent, or are all of British descent? Because then you are distorting the history if you are proud of 70 heritage sites, and amongst those you find that there's zero mention of our own. So that town is critical. I know King Tingswai was ruling already at the time when you were established.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the South African Human Rights Commission, when we were subpoenaed last year in September, what was raised by a Human Rights Commission was that there are complaints that they have received around it is content with respect to water, the non-availability of water, the issue of a labor protest that was taking place.
Sorry to interject. Honorable Mteta, can you please switch off your mic?
Yes. May I proceed, Chair? Yes. So at that time, what also necessitated the crisis last year was the fact that there was a protest by our workers who were refusing to work overtime. As a result, as we know that we are rationing water during the night because we need to switch off some valves so that we can recharge our reservoir so that the following day there could be water, as the mayor has indicated, particularly on the eastern side, because during the night, we're restricting water. So there was those protests at that time because we were reining in on the abuse of the overtime. And then they took a resolution that they are not going to work any overtime. So there was a stalemate at that time. And one of the resolutions, of the Human Rights Commission was to say, let us go and resolve that matter as a matter of urgency, and we need to restore water to the community. And indeed, the municipality did that, and we went to extra mile by ensuring that we've got workers, who were not appointed, to manage purely, the issue of the valves in Makana, because every evening you need to make sure that where you need to close the valve, you close it, and so on. So that matter was addressed. As I indicated that since then, the bulk water in Makana has been stable. Of course, we still have problems in Makana of certain areas not getting, or water not reaching certain areas, particularly the high-lying areas. It's an issue that the human rights was also raising very, very sharply that we need to address.
Can we please try to summarize our responses? Let us not over-elaborate.
Yeah, Chair. Then, and on the issue of the infrastructure, Chair, as a way of turning around. You know, I'm sure it's a pity that we could not go through the whole presentation. You will notice that there are quite a number of efforts that the municipality has put in place to turn around the issue of the improvements in our infrastructure, such as the replacement of the old asbestos pipe. Of course, we still have a long way to go, but the issue of resources is still a problem in Makana to address some of these issues. And I indicated that the issue of the turnaround strategy, the long-term turnaround strategy, is the one that we're infusing through the efforts that are being made with the RMO. Chair.
Thank you very much. I think on my side, Honorable Member, indeed Makanda is one of the cultural city, and Makanda as a warrior form parts of the heritage route and the belt that actually also recognize the historical history of Makanda. So indeed, it's part of that event. Honorable Member, you say Makanda infrastructure collapse and all that. Indeed, the reality is that Makana was formed in 1812, and part of the replacement of the asbestos pipe that is actually replaced by the municipality was installed there in 1971. Should we blame the apartheid government not to change in 1985 or in 1990? No, because we're there now. But what do we do as a municipality? I think we do have a plan, as the mayor was saying earlier on, in terms of making sure that we actually change the whole infrastructure there in town. So indeed, the infrastructure on that side is really a serious challenge, but there are plans that are done by an intervention done by the Premier and the MEC. On the MPEG and the DC board, on the MPEG and the DC board.
As you wrap up.
Okay. On the MPEG and the DC board, they are investigating the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of Section 32. However, we have anticipated that the DC board is slowly in terms of bringing back the report. MPEG does do the job, but the DC, they are very much slowly in bringing out the report to the council. So we do allow them to investigate and bring the report to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All the outstanding responses will then be sent in a form of written submission. If members have follow-ups, you'll just have to write them to Shireen and we'll forward them to the municipality. We'll get them together with the information that we're expecting from the municipality. MEC, do you have comments? No? Oh.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the Executive Mayor, Speaker, and the management. Well, we have supported the municipality, and our analysis in the many years of disclaimers is quite similar to the previous municipality, where we were asking the mayor and the speaker and council difficult questions. Why are we paying the municipal manager and the CFO? Can they justify? And it's difficult. They could not respond to that question. And, you know, there's just suboptimal performance in terms of the management of the municipality, to the extent that, you know, whilst this municipality is tethering on going concern issues, you will find that this leadership, this management team, you know, lost about 30 million back to National Treasury. In fact, it was to be 65 million. And, you know, we had to beg the Treasury about the 35 million which was to be taken away. We had to beg Minister Kotongwana to say, please, just for the sake of the communities of Makana, let's work on this. Wise Council will then go on to take consequence management processes to hold, especially the two, accountable for the performance. What is frustrating is the slowness of that process. They are too slow and lethargic to complete that process, finalize it, so that we can hold managers accountable for the work, especially in that city that is always on the news for wrong reasons. So ultimately, 30 had to be lost. And that's big for that small municipality. It's not acceptable. And the performance also in terms of the FRP, we're really struggling. They are under this financial recovery, but the FRP itself, management is not doing anything and is the last performer out of the 4 municipalities, because management is so lethargic. And that's why we gave them instructions that council act on these matters so that we can try to ensure that people, especially when we pay them, we hold them accountable for performance. We are there currently. We've deployed, we were there with the Deputy Minister to deploy about 7 officials, amongst them engineers, specialists, and finance, and HR, to try and address the problems. But you know, when we're there to support, this issue of support must never be distorted to think that we're going to take over the work we are paying somebody for. And the portfolio committee, if it has got a wrong conceptualization of this support, it will not work towards benefiting the municipalities themselves. We are there to handhold them, capacitate them to do their job so that we can leave and go to other municipalities. So I'm saying there's multiplicity of the team there. We are there with the water board to try and resolve the challenges of water. And so it's one of the babies that we have, Makana, to try and resolve. But the council must act and hold people accountable for performance, because it does not help to indicate that MPEC, risk committees, and so on, when the performance does not show. So I'm saying that those issues were quite well versed with what they are and appreciating what they are trying to do to resolve. But there's a disjuncture. You'll find passionate political leadership with management team that could not support the passion. You would find the mayor there in overalls trying to go and resolve all the multiplicity of problems. But the management team seems not to be going with the same wavelength to try to resolve the problems. And it's a matter that requires council to strengthen its teeth on oversight. That's where I would rest my case, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We've had the presentation from Makana. I think you need to know, whilst all the municipalities are important, the history of Makana, Grahamstown links many parts of the country because of its, width. It takes you to Durban, it takes you to Drakensberg, it takes you to so many places. So you're always going to find that for any reason, the fact that we're a heritage site means there's a lot of interest in the country. So we cannot afford this municipality to have the problems. Now, I think the important thing for us was to hear Firstly, has there been any actions taken by the municipality to indicate that you are getting yourselves out of the disclaimer? I think the fact that you have started is good. The fact that you have been regarded as slow is something we must go and solve, because it's important for us to be able to say, moving from now on, Makana is out of disclaimer. It's not the only problem, of course. The major issue of water, the issue of sewage, the stream, sewage. So you have a lot of issues to deal with. What I think is important is the fact that you are acknowledging both the municipality and the provincial government, that you're going to have to work together, accept the support, and also be ready to accept the guidance and the criticism, because it's important for us not to have a situation where in the process of recovery, we have a difficulty with the MEC who says, I can't do this because there's no cooperation. Now, if there's a problem of cooperation, there's a huge responsibility for the provincial government to intervene rather drastically. If there is support, if there is cooperation, seem to be lax, it's an issue that we need to really get to resolve. And I think the members have asked, is at the end on consequent management, are there going to be more? Can it be quicker? So I think those issues need a lot of attention from your side. From where we sit, we really wouldn't want to learn anything more negative about Makana, for the reason that we don't want to see any municipalities behaving in the way that this one is being projected. But on the other hand, this is everybody from South Africa will land there. And sooner or later, there's no way we're going to avoid public scrutiny. So I think what's important, therefore, for us was when you present, we needed the provincial government to be here, because once you've got so many disclaimers, we no longer are going to be holding only you accountable. We're going to be holding the provincial government accountable. That's why we're all here. I think, Chairperson, you can go ahead with the summary, but for us, what is important is the political will to change the situation here. That has to be demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of 30 million that the MEC just spoke about, it's just so unfortunate. And what even is worse is that process. And the committee that is here, it's a joint oversight visit. We are with our members of COGTA and sending the portfolio committee of AG and COGTA in the province. So the reason why we have called you for this oversight visit is to understand the true state of your municipality in terms of finances, service delivery, and accountability. But mainly it's about accountability and consequence management, which then will assist us to build a better municipality that provides services to our people. So in terms of our proceeding, we are going to allocate 15 minutes to you. That 15 minutes is for your introduction and presentation. So when you present, we don't advise that you read your presentation word by word. Rather speak to your presentation, identifying the key factors that you feel that the committee needs to know that are in line with the 4 items that were sent to your municipality. And as for the names of the members, we'll introduce ourselves as and when we engage on a presentation. So what we don't want is for you to over-elaborate on questions that have been asked to you. Just be direct in terms of the answers so that we can save time and get more information out of this engagement, because if you over-elaborate, it means you are going to take more time and the information that we get will be limited. So that's how the process is going to be like. And at the end of the session, we'll then highlight issues that are matters of concern, whereby we'll request you that you go back, compile reports or strategies on the matters that we would have raised, and must be submitted to the Provincial Portfolio Committee within 3 months. And in that 3 months, after 3 months, that information should also be with us in Parliament. We will then look at your presentation on the matters that would have been agreed on. And if we are not happy with those matters, we'll then have to come back. But what we also want from your side is a commitment that you are not going to treat this gathering as a talk show. Whatever that we agreed upon here should be implemented when you go out. We don't want any stories. It has to happen. And when you present, you must also know that consequence management is not necessarily only about the future. Yes, we want to know what are your future plans in preventing some of the things that have happened in a municipality. But we also want you to take accountability of the things that have happened before you attend this meeting. What we've also observed during the discussion with some municipalities is that municipalities want to paint a rosy report. They want to shift accountability, and that's not how it's supposed to be. When you look at the composition of this committee, others have been as political heads at different spheres of government as political heads. So it simply means that even we know exactly what is happening in your municipality. So we'll be verifying and then mapping way forward with you. So we need you to be honest on your report, because what we've also identified is that municipalities are giving us this rosy report as if everything is well and good, whereas that is not the case. We are not your big brother or coming here to play big brother, but we are here to understand your challenges and map a way forward. That is why amongst the delegation that is there, we also invited the executive of the province, so that as and when there's a need for an agent action, they will be able to assist us. And in terms of accountability, we're also taking a new approach that is not only going to be the municipality. The provincial government, in the form of the Premier, MEC, and MECs must also take responsibility for some of the tasks that they are supposed to perform in municipalities. So we want to move away from disclaimers. We want all municipalities to get unqualified audit without findings, which is a clean audit, because that's what all of you in the municipalities are paid for, to utilize our funds as per the guidelines, as per the regulations of local government, and also to ensure that our people are getting the services that they want. So now I'm going to allow the mayor and the team to introduce yourself and do the presentation. So I'll be using a timer. When you are left with 3 minutes, I will then indicate that you're left with 3 minutes so that we can wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair of the session. Let me greet you from national and also let me greet the province led by the MEC and the entire team that is here. I'm Madodonge Papiana, the mayor of Inokem Kichima. On my left is the Speaker of the Council, Councillor Nabisa. Far left is Honorable Councillor Galata, who's heading Finance. On my right is the Municipal Manager of Inokem Kichima, Mamu Ndenganyan. Next to her is the Acting CFO, Umamau Estelle. Far right is the COO of the municipality, Mr. Mkangelo. Upper Ngasemva is Mr. Malingachuni, who's the acting director of engineering. I will start. Thanks, Chair, for giving us this very serious opportunity that we are not taking it very light. We have really wanted this opportunity to come in front of us so that we can really present the actual Inokem Kichima from us as the leadership of the institution. Inokem Kichima was formed in 2016 as a result of 3 entities that were amalgamated. The former Ngwanga, who was grade 2, the former Zolwana, who was also grade 2, and former Lukanj, who was grade 4. In that process of amalgamation, there were things that those that were amalgamating the institution have agreed upon. One was that that institution was supposed to be given the resources of amalgamation. It was a sum of 200 million, which was not transferred to the institution. Number 2, when that process of amalgamation was done, the institution was going to be given a grade that was better than the grade which the municipality is. Now, currently, we are at grade 4, whilst 3 municipalities were combined. The one that was on grade 4, the one that was at grade 2, and the one that was on grade 3, and on grade 2 now. I'm raising this, Chair, so that we understand sometimes where our challenges are coming from. In that, the equitable share and MIG that was given to the institution, the equitable share of Lukanj alone, whilst they were combined with other entities, it was then dropped. So that alone have put the institution to many challenges. But Honorable Chair, we are able to take the institution forward. In 2016, 2017, the institution was put under Section 139 because of the challenges that were confronting that particular institution. In 2022, we were then taken to section 139, subsection 7. It simply says that there was a representation from national government that was going to work with us. We are working very well with them in that the financial recovery plan was then adopted by the institution so that the institution can be able to move forward in terms of delivering services to the institution. Now, Honorable Chairperson of the institution, the most challenge that is confronted with that municipality was the ESCOM debt. The ESCOM debt that have ballooned since 2016 up to 1.728 billion rand. In that, through the engagement of us, the institution, COGTA at a provincial level and national level, and also Treasurer, we engage and agree that we must come up with plans of making sure that that debt is kept. Through that, we assisted with a program of smart metering. A sum of 47 million was transferred so that we can be able to have a project of smart metering. It is done at a national level. All procurement and other things are done there. Since August, there are households that we have installed are 1,077 now, and we are reaping a very serious fruit on the project because we are able to deal now with a monthly debt of ESCOM. Now, I'm raising this, Chairperson, because if you look at Inokinkijima holistically, more than 75 of people of Inokinkijima are depending on grants. So it has a very serious impact on revenue collection because the majority of our people are not working. But Chair, if you look at the grants itself, your MIG and so on, in the past 2 years, we have managed to spend our grants 100%. It simply says, Chairperson, what the program that was adopted by the provincial government, it has worked for us because in the past 3 financial years, we were able to really spend very well. The other thing that I want to raise, from 2022, we were having some very serious unrest. Those unrests were as a result of service delivery. If you look at the past 2 years, Honorable Chairperson, in Inokinkijima, the issue of unrest is no longer there because in the previous years, the grants were returning back to the national fiscus. But after the adoption of the risk-adjusted strategy that was adopted by the provincial government of the Eastern Cape, we were able, because we were monitored, all the municipality in terms of spending of those grants. Now, after that, Chair, if you look at Inokinkijima itself, there are no unrest because we are able to deliver services to our own people. Now, Chairperson, when you look at the structural arrangements of the institution, meetings, all meetings that are supposed to sit, that will be able or enable the council to perform its own duties are sitting. It is sometimes when there are clash of meetings, standing committees are sitting, MPEC is sitting. When there are challenges, they reconvene the meeting. But what is expected out of us as an institution, we are performing what is expected out of us, Chairperson. We do have challenges. The challenge that Chairperson of the session we want to raise to you is the one of grading of the institution. I want to emphasize it because once the grading is corrected, we will be able as an institution to perform our function very well. You'll remember when you are amalgamating municipalities, the one that was earning from grade 2 was taken to grade 4. So 2 entities that were at grade 2 were then taken to grade 4. So those workers that were in those particular entities were then taken to grade 4. Whilst the equitable share that is given in Okimkijima, that was given to former Lukanji, drops. So it then put us in very serious challenges. But when you look